It's on that shorty new year. Shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. It's Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty, camp leader, is a fucking delight. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. Your opinions are valid. You can fly like a bird. With your comments on screen, you will always be heard. It's the best chat on YouTube. You can cuss all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say cunt. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. Let your roadcast be free, so liberating. We stay on topic, although occasionally things get a bit feral, but it's clear to see. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. So glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty, camp leader, is a fucking delight.
The light in a world addicted to darkness. Hunger Games, Everdeen, Katniss. Guard your peace, call your energy back. So powerful, a thunderclap. Origin energy disrupts the status quo. Lure of fortune corrupts most, yo. Trigger happy, hands are flapping. Authentic, yeah, you make it happen. Existential threat, this is cosmic, it's your draw. Odds are ever in your favor, it's the universe at dawn. Glowing magnificence, choosing peace. Original fire, sheer radiance. See the pattern, break that spell. Inspiration, all your fears quelled. Flawless in ways you simply cannot fake. Crystal clear, a perfect snowflake. Light a candle, hold that torch. You've done the work, so girl, you walk. Existential threat, this is cosmic, it's your draw. Odds are ever in your favor, it's the universe at dawn. Glowing magnificence. is cosmic, it's your draw. Odds are ever in your favor, it's the universe at dawn. The comeback, the crown, what was lost now is found. Gridlock broken, tribute bound, frequency with big intention. Healing over hate every damn time. Expect resistance, y'all, that's fine. The spark, the center, mission, the might, walking tall into the night. Glowing magnificence, choosing peace and peace, original fire, sheer radiance. See the pattern, break that spell. Inspiration, all your fears quelled. Existential threat, this is cosmic, it's your draw.
Hey, shorties. Hello. It's so good to see you. Sorry about the delayed start. You know me. Hi. Pigs is for the friends. Best dogs in the whole world. There you go, Buster. Get ready for the crunching. And Poppy. Lady. How are you? How are you? I've got another one of my blouses on. This is my favorite one, I think. This is my favorite. Can't see a thing. Hi, Simi. Hi, Steph. I see Loops or Wes is in the chat. Teresa. Hope's here. Ah, there we go. Laura's here. Hi, everybody. So, I don't know, man. How have you been this week? Simi says random because I know it's going to get heavy. Chat is Bay. You know what? I'm going to try to not completely black pill everybody, because I think the more we know and the more we understand, hopefully the rest. Hey, Grazer, good to see you. Hopefully, Pierre. Hi, Pierre. Thank you. Yes, I love it so much. So much. Now, okay, so hi, World War III. We're here. We are here. Things are getting pretty heavy, pretty dark, pretty quickly, and crunchy. So just a couple of little housekeeping things before we kick off. I've got 3 videos to show you, and a bunch of bookmarked X Twitter things. Oh my God, I'm here on my other monitor and it's terrifying. But just a couple of things. 3 videos. They're linked in the description box below, on YouTube, on Rumble. So if you would like to watch what we're going to watch together with my commentary, but without my commentary, down below, click there. You can watch it without any interruption or any opining. That. Secondly, and I hate to do this. Yes, thank you, Simi. In case YouTube does yeet us, Simi will drop the Rumble and the Kick links in chat occasionally. The stream will continue unchecked, even if YouTube drops us, right? So now, with my necessity to have Rumble as an option and use StreamYard and stream to 4 platforms continuously. Thank you, Hope. You kind of, that's a great segue. I hate to do this, and you know I'm the worst grifter in the world. And Gray's got it. Amazing, Gray. Welcome to Green. You know what I mean. Thank you. Wait, let me do this for just to add a bit of sparkle. Oh, wait, I've got so many things to talk about before we get into it. So sorry, those of you all are just like, just play the video. So I don't know, man. Like the cost of streaming is huge. The toll it takes on me, getting my brain in order prior. I'm like, we're all tired, right? The energy in the world is heavy right now for us, and we're all empaths here. I know this. I get up at 3:30. Welcome to Shorty's Pity Party. I get up at 3:30 every morning. 3:40, 3:50 on the weekdays. I don't get up so early, but all that to say, I'm tired. And then I wasn't going to stream today, and I'll just do one stream this weekend, I thought. But we have a lot to talk about, and so my weekends are with you all, and I love it. But it's tough, and you, beautiful friends, I know you know I burnt out pretty heavily at the end of last year, or I don't know how I did it, for 15 months of streaming every weekend, all weekend. We used to stream for 7-8 hours. Bless the mods, I love you all so much. And leaves no time for anything else, even if we're just talking about utilization of personal resources, right? Let alone getting anything else done. And I've really been enjoying striking some sort of balance with my own world, my in real life world, planting, gardening, cleaning, organizing, tidying, just the stuff you've got to do. I live by myself, right? There's nobody to share the load with me at all. And I work very, very long hours. No, that's a lie. It feels like very long hours because it's a very taxing job. It's standing on my feet all day long, 12, 15, 18,000 steps a day, being vigilant, keeping people safe. So all that to say is, and I hate to do this, but given our suppressed nature of our content these days, YouTube unsubscribing, if you've ever got a couple of dollars to throw my way, I hate this. I hate this. But if you've ever got a couple of dollars, whether it's a buy me a coffee, whether it's PayPal, a Cash App, super chats and super stickers, gifted memberships are amazing, building our community. Any little bit will help. I don't do this for the money, you know that. But let's just say what the date here now in Australia is, the 20th, 21st. I'm not sure. It's a day. It's Saturday here, right? And Steph as well. Yeah, merch is helpful also. Thank you, my beautiful wife. My estimated payment that's coming to me for the month of March. So we've got 10 more days. We've got today and tomorrow, but we don't get any views, right? And most of my streams are demonetized now because of what I'm talking about. So I don't even make any money from ad revenue. And the one stream, the Fall of the Cabal stream, which has had like almost, or maybe now 3,000 views, it was completely demonetized for it was a copyright strike. So if ever you can spare a little bit of cash, that would be really helpful. I don't do it for the money, but you know, I just had an error message at the top of my stream ad saying, "Oh, your payment wasn't processed," because I don't keep money in that account. So all that to say, I'm going to try to be a better grifter. And we're going to still keep doing what we do because I'm here to save humanity, not to save my bank account. And I know everybody's tough. Life is tough. Finances are tight. It's only going to get worse for everybody. So keep it in mind. I'm going to try to grift at the worst possible time in history to be grifting. And if I was crass, I'd have something scrolling across the bottom saying, "Send me money." Fuck that shit. You go in the drawer to win a prize. Oh, my coffee cup's still here. Great. You go in the drawer to win a prize. We're getting, there's no particular time limit. A prize off the merch store. Blah, 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 blah. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Love you all so much. Let's get into it. Now, replay crew, hi. If you would like to watch the live chat replay of this stream on your handheld device, your iPhone, your Android, your tablet, your iPad, easy peasy. All you do is go to the comment tab, and there's a couple of little dots in the top right hand corner. I think there's 3 these days. Swipe left, and it'll give you the option to watch the live chat replay, hype the video. Every little bit counts. and leave a comment. Tell me your thoughts. Comments, engagement really helps. And honestly, I don't even care if it's someone saying, I can't stand with her talking over the top of everything. P.S. I don't. I always press pause, and if I do talk over the top of something, I'll scoot back by a few seconds to make sure I don't overtalk them. But this is a commentary channel, so thank you, Simi. Simi says she'll grift on my behalf. And what else? Share this stream out. Oh, coffee and cake grazer. Look at me grifting. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's really kind of you. You're in the draw. And right. Okay. Gray. Thank you, Gray. That's so kind. Did I say? I didn't even say. Like for the month of March, because I got on a tangent. At this point, the month of March, which was only 10 days left. So this weekend and half of next weekend, I'm up to $95 for YouTube takes a lot of it, 35%. Thank you, Gray. You're amazing. Now, so no drawers. I don't like confined spaces. Look, I don't even have a quip. I got nothing, which is rare for me. Oh, but should I do this just to keep things fun? Wait. Oh, more housekeeping. Walk and talk. What am I doing here? Fuck. What is this? Streaming first day. Sorry. Where is it? This one.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
I'll put an earbud in my earball so I don't have. Now, I feel like I was about to say something else. Oh, Hope, thank you so much. You're so kind. Hope, you're so kind. See, Hope just sent me a PayPal. Thank you. And you're in the draw too, darling. Now, okay, focus, Lisa. Focus. Okay, so things are escalating in the so-called Middle East. I've got some little factoids for you. I'm going to start trying to refer to it as West Asia because the Middle East. Here's a fun fact for you: the Middle East. That term comes from when London was the center of everything, so going east from London, the Middle East. Let me do this. This was the middle, but I'm assuming we're anti-colonialism and anti-imperialism. I know I am. I'm going to advocate for that. Let's call it West Asia. Let's get that trend going because fuck calling it the Middle East. And that. Now, here's another one for you, Steph. I know you'll love these factoids. Third world countries. I learned this like 2 days ago. Maybe it was yesterday. Who knows time? Third world, that phrase. So in World War I and World War II, there were the good guys who happily joined the war, became allies to fight against, and the countries that didn't join either side, Germany must perish, or the allies, so Britain, America, France, Australia, those countries were called the third world countries because they couldn't financially, or they didn't want to get involved, didn't want to join the murderous rampage on behalf of worldwide Jewry. Now, so I was just listening to a space on Twitter, and I can't stress enough how educational some, not all, spaces on X, on Twitter are. If you have an X account, I highly recommend a handful. There are some crappy ones, but Raed Jamal, he does a daily space with it's very civilized, great updates of what's going on in geopol with voices from around the world. There are Iranians, there are Palestinians, there are Lebanese people, Americans, Brits, Australians, both listening and on the panel, and it's very educational. Ditto, his spaces usually go because he lives in South Africa, but he's Lebanese, Rad, and then so his spaces I usually hop on into after. I love him so much. He's amazing. No idolizing, no idolatry, no putting anyone on a pedestal. But Albert Bashai, who's an Egyptian guy Christian Egyptian who's always lived in America, East Coast, Jersey, New Jersey. What? There. So yes, Simi, yes. It never occurred to me to wonder why, and I love the etymology. It's one of my new little fixations is the origin of words. So again, lots of different voices in Albert's spaces. He does allow the Jewish supremacists and Muslims. Don't put those two people in the same sentence. Onto the panel, and you get very. These are Mossad agents, most of them. They're 8,200 people. They're sent in. They're paid. It's their job to come in and try to derail and use their Hasbara. What's Hasbara? Hasbara is Talmudic sanctioned, or is so-called secular Israel sanctioned propaganda. That's they have a book. They have a book that of talking points to use to obfuscate, subvert, and lie to propagandize us goy, right? So those two. There's a lot of theology, Muslim, Christian, all the different kind, Catholic, and Talmudic education, which is one of the books of Judaism. Everything I know about all of this, not everything, a bulk, is because of my time every day. It's 6 days a week, from 10 a.m. Eastern, US, not Sundays because it's the Sabbath. No, and Albert was raised by and they are still very extremely Christian parents. He was born in Egypt, and then he was moved to the US by the time he was 3. But he's now agnostic. So it's not there's no evangelizing or people try. So in these two spaces and others, there are other amazing spaces, and then there's plenty that I would suggest you steer away from. But I've gotten to know Muslims, and there are Shia and Sunni Muslims. The bulk of the world is Sunni, and most of the Sunni, as in the Muslim world, most of the Sunni Muslims are cucked for Israel. They're Zionists. Well, they're governments, right? The West Asia, actually only 20% of Muslims live in Middle East, in West Asia. Thanks, Mr. Wes Loops. Thank you. I'll play that again for you. This one.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I pressed it twice. So yes, there are radical, right? Radical, and loops are in the drawer. Radical anywhere. There's radical people, radicalized and radical people in every. There's people with sort of middle of the road mainstream ideas about anything, like anything, even fashion. I don't know, music, and then there's radicalized people, and so of course, like, there's radical Christians, there's radical look, there's a lot of radical Jews, and Jewish supremacists, right? I need to make that distinction. People who advocate and actively campaign for and engineer worldwide Jewish supremacy, right? Global Jewry, the Greater Israel Project, Zionism. So, of course, there are radical Islamists, but every Muslim, whether they're Shia or Sunni, that I know and am friends with, are the most beautiful, gentle, kind, loving, well-spoken, well-thought people. And of course, those spaces attract. I mean, I'm sure there's X spaces, Twitter spaces that attract radicals, and the conversations are a lot different. But just understand that the slop we've been fed forever about radical Islamists is at the behest and curation of the people that run the world, who are the they're the Jewish supremacists, right? The Kalergi plan, which sets to pit Muslims against Christians and Christians against Muslims. This is a plan that was initiated over 100 years ago, and the idea is to, because religions have always been, people fight over this shit. And people are very passionate. People hold their beliefs very strongly. Yes, Pastor, I'm coming. Very strongly and close to their heart, and it's problematic, but it's a fact. So the Kalergi plan has been always there to pit Muslims and Christians and vice versa against each other, so that we, the Goy, the non-Jews, the Gentiles, take each other out, continuously fight against and with each other. Buster, I'm coming. And don't ever think to look around and go, wait, why are we fighting? Because Muslims and Christians believe in the same God. They just called a different thing. Allah means God. Most of the radical Islamist groups, all are CIA and Mossad funded and started. ISIS, Al Qaeda, facts, Laura. Laura says that. So understand that it's and the demonization of Iran for the longest time has been fed to us, and it's all lies by those people, right? So when people say, but we need to free Iran, well, no, Iran is an amazing country. Persians are amazing people. I think I went through over this last week or recently. The literacy rate, the education rate, the women in Iran are far more highly educated than the average Western civilization woman, right? Their choice, and I stress the word choice, to wear headdresses and headscarves is a personal choice. This isn't a regime, okay? And with any government in the world, you will never get 100% satisfaction and buy-in from the populace, right? From the people. That's crazy. There's always going to be dissenters. People have different ideas about how things should be, right? And it's the same in Iran. But please, I would love for you, my beautiful shorties, if and when you come up against this, either in your own mind or people in your sphere in real life, when they say things like that, I want you to cite back to them. Just say Shorty said, like, or like Google, like you can Google it. You can type it into YouTube and say Iran today, and it will show you, like, yes, there are women wearing headdresses and you know, that their religious belief, because they want to. And I mean, even in 100 or 150 years ago in like London, people wore headscarves. It's not oppression. It's personal choice. It's autonomy. So, Steve, hello. Good to see you. It is troubling times. Good to see you. Thank you for coming on back. I've got some videos, right? I've got 3 videos for us to watch. I think the first one, and Buster needs to do, is Pig's Ear Poo, which is always delightful. Buster, give me un momento. I love you so much. The first is and it's linked below, an interview with a beautiful Iranian woman who's highly educated. She's a professor in geopolitics, I think, and specializing in US domestic politics. Don't quote me. She says so in a minute. On a channel called the Electronic Intifada, a great. Don't be watching any slop. If you need to, ask me, and I'll tell you. Wait, thirsty. Too much TED talking. The next video, and that one's about 40 minutes long, but I'm going to put it on a bit fast speed because I know we all watch everything at 1.25x minimum. Oh, I won't do that, but it's a really amazing interview. Excuse me. The second interview is with the most based motherfucker ever. Buster, please. Professor Marandi, and he is it's only 10 minutes long, an interview with a British so-called journalist hybrid. Good to see you. And he doesn't pull any punches, man. It's so good. He's going all out. And then third, I've got my beautiful friend Sarah from DD Geopolitics and her co-host Chris Halali, and Simi's been in some of their Wednesday and Sunday night about an hour Geopol update live streams. Chris Halali has his own channel and does some solo shows as well, which are more like educational. But their Wednesday night show was really useful, and they talk about the Tulsi Gabbard bullshit, the Joe Kent psyop, and so we'll watch those 3 videos. So altogether it's about an hour, two and a half hours worth of video. They're great, Simi. Sarah is the most articulate, sassy, amazing. Chris is oh my god, too much talking. Chris is an Iranian, a Greek Iranian who's living in Russia. He's amazing. He's so smart. He was in the military, can't remember what. Steve asks, Shorty, what is your opinion on the whole globalist stance? Do you feel that it is the root of all evil currently and forever? And globalist is basically new world order, right? And let's just replace new world order with Jew world order. Jewish supremacy is a very big problem. I'm so sorry. I'll get back to it. I'm coughing, so let me just oh my god. Wow, that's hot. It's just me pontificating. Steve, you just gave yourself a membership. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Steve. Wait, I'm going to play this video. I'm going to have a cough quietly, not into the microphone. I'm so sorry. I never do that. But yes, we have a big problem on our hands, Steve. And so and that wow, I feel like I need a lozenge or something. God, I'm one of those courtroom coughers. It's all related to Tartaria, which is there's a playlist. We're up to part 3 tomorrow night. Wow. It's all related. So this is all very relevant. I'm actually really proud of us for being on this journey already. And now when it really matters, we're already sort of primed. So let's watch this beautiful interview with this amazing woman. How do I do this? Every time. I'm not quite sure. Sorry, first day. And I'll let Buster out for his poop. So this is a channel. There we go. This one? I don't know. This one? Nope. Wait. Where's the actual screen that I want? Lord. Nope. We'll play around with that in a second. Let me play the video. We'll go with this one. Oh, there it is. Oh, hi. Fuck. Oy vey. How do we do this too? I don't even know. Full screen. Amazing. I've got this. Shorties, we've got this. I am a fucking professional. Let me move myself to this side. No, it doesn't matter how professional my blouse is. I'm still me. Tartaria is very interesting. We're patient. Oh, thoughts and prayers for you all 35 minutes in. But when I have words, I have thoughts. Let's do it. Yes, Buster. Play.
I'm Ali Abunarma here with my colleague Nora Barros-Friedman. It's been 18 days since the United States and Israel launched their war of aggression against Iran, aiming to topple its system of government and neutralize it as a sovereign independent power. But having failed to achieve the quick success that they expected after the murder of Iran's leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the United States and Israel have only escalated their attacks on Iran's population as well as its civilian, cultural, and economic infrastructure. Iran's health ministry said this week that more than 18,000 people have been injured in the attacks. Among more than 1,300 people killed, more than 200 children and 226 women. On March 11th, the World Health Organization said it had verified 18 attacks on healthcare facilities in Iran since February 28th, resulting in 8 deaths among healthcare workers. On March 18th, Israel and the United States escalated the war even further by bombing vital Iranian gas production and storage facilities, halting production at 2 refineries. Within hours, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps ordered people living near key energy production facilities in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates to evacuate as retaliation looked certain. To discuss the situation, we're joined now from Isfahan in Iran by Dr. Setareh Sadiki. She is an assistant professor at the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran. She holds a PhD in North American Studies and researches Iran-US relations, sanctions, and media narratives. Welcome, Dr. Setareh. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
So good to have you.
Thank you. Isfahan is a major city of over 2 million people in central Iran, and it's also renowned for its Persian and Islamic cultural treasures, including the Ali Kapur Palace, the Jami' Mosque, and the Hesht Behesht Palace. It's also the city where you are from and from where you're speaking to us. Tell us about the war's impact on your life and the life of people in Isfahan right now.
Yeah, I mean, ever since the war started, the majority of the attacks have been on Tehran, the capital city, but Isfahan is the second city that has come under the most number of attacks and airstrikes by the United States and the Zionist regime. It's not as, massive as it has been in Tehran, but it's been happening almost on a daily basis, some days less than others. We're hearing jets flying over the city I can say almost every day, and sometimes explosions. There have been a few attacks on military facilities, but also on residential areas. A couple of days ago, they targeted an entire residential building and a supermarket and a car exhibition nearby. 5 or 6 people were shopping at the supermarket. All of them died on the spot. Entire houses were destroyed under airstrikes. And there was an attack on the day when the new leader was announced, and people were taking to the streets to, pledge allegiance to the new leader during the daytime. There was an attack on the government building, which was next to the Naqsh Jahan Square, which is part of this Safavid era historical masterpiece, which has the Ali Kapur Palace, the Jami' Mosque, and Sheikh Lutfullah Mosque. People were, rallying, and they were in the square, and the attack happened right next to the square, killing a few people in the government building and destroying parts of the historical buildings in Ashraf Hall, which is part of the government building, on Chehel Sutun Palace, which is a more than 400-year-old, UNESCO heritage site with very beautiful mirror works and paintings on the wall that depict that.
It's so tragic to me. So these vile demons, these monsters, these disgusting, problematic, forever and ever, since the beginning of time. Guys, sorry, the dogs are making noise. Want to eradicate all that is beautiful. Wes, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Amazing. You're definitely in the draw. and the eradication and elimination of Tartaria and all things Tartaria, the old world, is um, is all tied into this. So Iran is the cultural. It's the birthplace. It's the cradle of humanity, right? And these disgusting, vile demons, these Jewish supremacists, these Zionist pigs, these disgusting monsters, these Satanists want to eliminate the memory and the culture of the one of the oldest nations, peoples on our planet. Civilization began there, and it makes me so very sad. And if we recall from our Tartaria last week, Persia, Iran, the top, wait, geography, not my, a part of Persia was included in the greater Tartaria landmass. We've done this. Check out, there's a playlist. Look, if you haven't caught up, catch up on part 1 and 2 because we're doing part 3 tomorrow night. And Iran is derived from Aryan. So God, it's so big. I went into this last week, but the Khazars, the Bolshevik Jews, who are the Freemasons, who are the globalists, all one thing, forever wanting to eliminate the beauty and culture and history, the true history of the world and the people that are separate, that aren't part of that group, the Talmudic tribe. So it's obviously humans being killed, and they're targeting high-end, like Ayatollah Khamenei and oh my God, I can never remember his name. Fuck, I'll have to check. She mentions it. The beautiful man who was walking out in the streets with the people 3 days ago. They kill everybody. They want to take out the minds, the memories, the culture, the education, and trying to break the spirit. They being is so-called Israel and America. To destroy all of that. It's all connected. So I'll keep going. I'll let her continue to speak. But the Mirror Palace, if you're in my Discord, I'm pretty sure I've shared it. I might even pull up some pictures. TED Talk all the way, Wes. I have cried tears for the destruction of these timeless wonders by these tyrannical, murderous, genocidal supremacists that make me want to fucking throw up. I can't stand them. How dare they? They don't care about humanity. They care about themselves. And if you understand, Satanists and the Jews don't believe in the afterlife. They don't believe in heaven. They believe in maximizing their experience in this one life on this earthly planet, and to be and be damned the rest of it by whatever means necessary. It's hedonistic, it's depraved, it's inhumane, it's disgusting. And so that's what we're witnessing right now around the world. And Iran are like, so a little bit more context and we'll get back to it. I've started reading the Quran, right? I've read about almost a quarter of it. It's tricky because my brain I need another brain. I read the New Testament for the first time ever. I get it. Now I'm reading the Quran. And back to that conversation I was having just before about radical Islam extremists. So in the Quran, it's forbidden for Muslims to initiate violence if they are true Muslims, if they truly believe. My terminology, my phrasing might be wrong, so let me just use the words I know. It is forbidden. They are not allowed to initiate anything. So those people, those Islam extremists who do despicable terroristic acts in the name of Islam are not. It's not. It's a bastardization, and it's a subversion and a co-opting, and a lie to us who don't understand Islam about what it is. They are allowed to defend themselves in the Quran. That's part of Islam. Um, uh, uh, so so Iran has been put under sanctions because, oh my God, they go into it. We're watching all the videos. I should just stop talking and let you listen. But and we'll watch it together. But finally, enough is a fucking enough, right? Iran is standing up to the bullies. This right here, right now, where we are now, is honestly, we're on the precipice of the rest of our lives and the rest of human history. Iran, like, go fucking Iran. I'm so excited. Whatever will be. But what the world is going to look like whenever we get there is going to be nothing like what we've known. Nothing. Like nothing. Mother Nature, planet Earth, the universe, humanity always manages to continue. You know, maybe dusting off the mud flood, digging out of the mud flood. We cannot let this happen again. We cannot let these people, these supremacists, these Jewish supremacists, and who are the inversion of all things good. Not all Jews, but the Jewish supremacists, right? Those who are advocating and actively working towards hegemonic existence that sees 2/3 of the world's population eliminated, right? Doesn't matter whether they're Jews or Goy, but let's get rid of the Muslims and the Christians first. That's their idea. These here are biblical times, which is why I've been reading the text, the Abrahamic texts that I can, to get better understanding of like, it's not prophecy, but this is engineered. But they use their teachings, the Jewish supremacists, the Talmudic tribe, to misrepresent that it's prophecy coming to light. No, it's engineered, but same effect on us, right? So at the end of the day, Iran has said no more, and who would have thought that? I mean, there's 90 million people live in Iran. It's a massive geographical area. It's very mountainous. And these people are very well educated. They're not sand monkeys in sandals and living in mud huts. These are highly educated, highly sophisticated, extremely intelligent people who have been around for, like, what about us? What are colonizers, Australians? I don't even know, 200 years? America, 250. Whatever. Let's even give America 500 years as North America. These people have been around for 12 times that. Forever. Like, since forever. Iran, don't fuck with Iran. And so now we're in the find out part, right? And the delusions, the psychopathic delusions of Zionists and Jewish supremacists is such that they believe they're in lies and they're in hype. And American government is occupied, ZOG, Zionist occupied government. So is Australia. So is New Zealand. So are most of the Western governments in the greater North, global North, and the West. It's a very concerning state of affairs. It's insidious, and it is very real and very like, we are at the precipice, the turning point for humanity. So let's get back to the video. And if I can, oh yes, I did it. And we'll keep going. Thanks for being here.
Battles that the Safavid era and the previous eras had. Parts of the Ali Rapu Palace were also damaged on an attack a few days before that, because of the shock waves. Part of the tiles on the Abbasi Jame Mosque and the same square were also damaged. And we're talking about hundreds of years of cultural heritage that have been listed by UNESCO World Heritage Sites.
I'm sorry, I'm going to pause again. So next week, this is relevant. Next week, this is kind of relating to Steve's comment here. We can coexist, but not the extremists. But hell, we have that everywhere. Next week, and I was going to do it tonight, but I realized that was ambitious, and so I will schedule it for next Friday night. We're going to watch, and I've referenced it before, the documentary called Jewish Ritual Murder. Now, if you're not aware, let me just use this verbiage because it's easier, but the Jews have been kicked out of 109 countries over 1,034 times in modern history, in history for 2,000 years. They never managed to stay in there, and they're a people without a land, right? So that's what Zionism is. Zionism is believing in the right to have a state, a place that is their own. Fair, right? But not at all costs, which is what Zionism is. It's a supremacist mentality. You ask yourself, so. Oh, sorry, I got to go back to the full screen because it's silly. So here's the thing. I know this might be confronting to hear these words for some of you, but I think I've primed most of you. So I'm a reasonable person, right? You know me. I'm a kind, loving humanitarian. I love people. I love humans. I love all people. I'm more than happy to have my worldview, and God knows I have my worldview not only challenged but completely changed when I get new information. This is a sign of intelligence, not to toot my own horn, but it is. If you are unable or unwilling or both to intake new information and change your opinion or your mindset or your belief about something, then that's ego. So has it ever occurred to you that it might be a little bit weird that all of a sudden Adolf Hitler went from whatever, Germany, and I have read Mein Kampf, to suddenly hating Jews? What, was that just psychosis? Because no. And when you think of the context of 109 countries, 1,034 times, in written history, that's what we know of, ask yourself, maybe did Adolf Hitler know something and notice something about the practicings, the teachings, and the behaviors of usury, so debt enslavement, of child sacrifice, and of, overall obnoxious behavior, and that he wanted to protect his nation, his people, from this degeneracy. And could it be that along with Michael Jackson, but probably not, probably Adolf Hitler's worst, could it be that Adolf Hitler was demonized by way of smear campaign by the people who wrote the history books? And who owns all the history books? Well, those same group of people. Who owns all the media? Same. Who owns all of the politicians? Same group of people. So when you start to think about the context of, well, actually, now that you mention it, that is a little bit weird that that Adolf Hitler suddenly went rogue and decided to, and spoiler alert, in Auschwitz, they had swimming pools with diving boards. They had a maternity ward. They had an orchestra. They had yeah, man, the Jews. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. I know it sounds confronting, so that's the thing, though. He didn't. So anyway, all that to say, once you look into it, and trust me, I have. deeply, once you understand like the Bolshevik revolution, um, thank you, Hope. And once you understand that history is a lie, what we've been told about everything is a lie. And if you're open to thinking, well, fuck, maybe I've been fed lies about all of it for my entire life. Just a suggestion that that me being a reasonable humanitarian who is fairly well read, fairly well educated. I have a master's, a postgraduate degree level of education. I know you might be surprised, but I do. And a high distinction. So a grade point average it's in the 90s, right? I know sometimes I talk like an idiot, but I'm actually kind of smart. And I spend all my time learning about this and coming to terms with this. And if you then also put it through the lens of Tartaria, which objectively is is very concerning and very clear and obvious, then and it's confronting. It's cognitive dissonance. We've talked about this in Psychology Corner, right? Yes, Steve. Thank you so much. I love you. So good to have you back. We've been doing, man. We've got a whole playlist. It's called History, Mystery, and all that jazz. This is my thing. Like, and it's all fucking connected. We've been doing all this. Sorry, Lainey. Yes, we've been doing this, like the false flag stuff, the even our Psychology Corner from last year, which we still do, but we all the knowledge, all the stuff we've learned together, we can transpose those understandings into what we're living now. So that okay. Now, what did Lainey say? What you're forgetting is that anti-Semitism has existed long before Hitler and can be found in modern newspapers and pamphlets. Yeah, so anti-Semitism is a construct, as all the isms are, created by those people. So technically, anti-Semitism. Okay, here we go. Technically, the definition of anti-Semitism should be the same as racism, and also ask yourself, why do they need a whole separate phrase? Also, understand that Semites are people who speak Arabic, technically. So people from the Middle East or the East Asia, West Asia. Most of the secular Jews and most of like the people like Ben Shapiro, Mark Levine, yada, 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 all those Zionist supremacist pieces of shit are actually Ashkenazi Jews, which is Eastern European. So they're not even Semites. So the ADL, they made up the phrase anti-Semitism to use to shame and silence anybody who notices these patterns. And we're good at pattern recognition, right? Aren't we? So if you look at patterns and you go back to that 109 countries, 1,034 times, if you think about, like in the Holocaust, which was a phrase never ever used until the 1960s, mind you, and if you look at the writings of Roosevelt, Churchill, Stalin, from the time, sorry, there's no reference to Holocaust. There's no reference to the slaughtering of 6 million Jews. If you want to talk about what's been in the media for the longest time, well before even the First World War, since the 1890s, 1860s, I think 1880s, is the number 6 million. They fucking love that number. Satanism, the synagogue of Satan. Satanism loves numerology. That's not to say numerology isn't bad, but the symbolism of 2, 3, 2/3, 2/3 of the world's population must perish in order to for the oh my god, for the Meshiach to this is so complex. There were not 6 million Jews. Even the Red Cross has at most 271. Let's give them 500,000. 500,000 Jews died in World War II. There was no Holocaust. There were wooden doors and no chimney in the so-called gas chambers, which were actually showers to delouse. Most of the people that died in most of the Jews who died in World War II were from typhus, and so all I can't stress enough. They've used anti-Semitism and the shame of the Holocaust, which is a construct invented 20, 30 years after, to grift billions of dollars off Germany, America, and it's all based on lies. What can I tell you? I know it challenges everything. It challenges everything. Anyway, we'll go back to Iran because
And they have all come under attack by, two powers that are combined are younger than these palaces.
more people died, more Christians, non-Jews died after World War II than even if you want to believe the 6 million figure at the hands of the good guys, the allies. History's a lie, so trust me.
And a lot of Iranians are seeing that as an attack on their civilization, on thousands of years old civilization and cultural heritage. But it's also been taking the lives of innocent civilians. On another attack, a family were just driving in their car and they happened to be nearby the place that was attacked, and which happened to be actually a research center affiliated with IRC, but it was a research center, and young scientists were killed there. As I said, families have been killed just passing by or just shopping somewhere. But on the other side of the story is thousands of people taking to the streets every single night for 17, 18 nights so far, taking on the streets to show support for, the Islamic Republic of Iran, but also to demand revenge. I've been attending these gatherings, and one of the main slogans every night has been that no compromise, no negotiations, we'll fight against America. And this is what people demand. And this is very clearly the message that the people have. On World's Day rally also, I was in Isfahan and I attended the rally, and the square was packed with people. It took us a long time to be able to just, move out of the palace.
Steve, if you look into the number, we'll leave the Auschwitz thing for another day. We might watch an Israeli, so-called Israeli 2009 documentary called Defamation sometime soon, which exposes, inadvertently exposes the hype, the hype and the the more you tell even the more you tell yourself something, you can reinforce those beliefs, and that's storytelling, oral history, and as for the numbers on the arms, yes, they had those. The number didn't go up anywhere near the highest number. Number of digits only goes to I can't remember the number, but it's certainly not up to 6 million, right? It's a physical. There's so many reasons. There's so many ways, like factual, not oral history. There's so many ways to debunk that whole Holocaust myth. And if the Red Cross revised the number down to, I think it was 271, 100,000. It's still too many people to die. Guys, please don't. Um, um, it's all so debunkable. and just think about the fact that after Holocaust survivors, air quote, registered were about 100,000 after the war people. Now the number is up to 400,000. What? And actually people whose names I've seen video of a man who went to look in the records and found his own name, him, in the records of someone who had died at Auschwitz and he was still alive. So and you have people saying, there's that guy that survived 12 death camps. Wow, they weren't very good at their job, were they? There was no final solution. Everything that you're told about the Nazis, and also think about Ashkenazi Jew, it's spelled Ashkenazi, is projection. So we know about psychopaths, right? We know about projection. If you think about the Epstein files, if you think about we're going to watch next week, Jewish ritual murder, which explains throughout history all the times that these people were run out of the village, run out of the town, run out of the city, run out of the country for practicing ritual sacrifice of children. Propaganda is a very powerful tool, and we've been propagandized into oblivion. That's all. Anyway, we'll move on from Auschwitz.
Which is the second largest palace in the entire world. It's a huge place, and it was packed with people. And again, the message was the same, that we don't want negotiations, we don't want compromise, and we just want to fight the U.S. and the Zionist regime until our sovereignty is protected.
I mean, the point you made about these two states, the U.S. and Israel jointly bombing one of the oldest civilizations on the planet, and combined, they're just, a few hundred years old. And of course, in Gaza, over the last 2.5 years of the genocide, we saw the systematic destruction of these, millennia old structures, the Great Omari Mosque in Gaza City, these World Heritage sites, these sites that have been stewarded by Palestinians for thousands of years, protected, and just in a few seconds they're bombed, to dust, along with the systematic destruction of hospitals and schools, infrastructure, roads, clinics, universities. And over the last 18 days, of course, we have also seen the U.S. and Israel systematically bomb schools all over Tehran. Can you talk a little bit about this important connection that people in Iran have to the people of Palestine, and how it's not just symbolic or some sort of solidarity in slogans, but it's actually a real material solidarity, and a connection really that both Palestinians and Iranians are fighting against.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, I mean, I see it, or a lot of us see it, as two settler colonial states attacking thousands of years old civilization that are indigenous to this part of the world, be it Palestine, Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, and Iran. And we have the same enemy. I mean, that one of the reasons that Iran has come under attack and the Islamic Republic has been targeted with sanctions, with assassinations, terrorist attacks, and all sorts of hostility, actually, is because Iran did not want to forsake Palestine. Because it's not, we see the Zionist colonial project or the attack on Iran as an extension of that colonial project. We see how the peace in the region only possible when this colonial project is terminated, and the stability of the region and the prosperity for the people in the region cannot be achieved until there is a settler colonial project that is acting with absolute impunity protected, funded, and supported by not only the United States, but also all the so-called international organizations, including the United Nations. We watched live stream the genocide of the Palestinians for 2 years, and the international organizations or so-called international community did nothing to stop it. And Iranians see the Zionist regime as the same enemy. We all in the region, the Lebanese, Iranians, we have the same enemy, and we are from this region, and that's why you say like people are impressed by how Palestinians in Gaza, despite all the bombs that have been dropped on, as you said, hospitals, schools, houses, mosques, like trying the Zionist regime trying to obliterate anything that is Palestinian, that is a symbol of life in Palestine, and still nobody wants to leave their land because they are from there. Unlike the Zionist settlers who have been promised a better land, and from, I don't know, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, they were promised a piece of land, and they just came there and stole other people's lands. And now when they see Iranian missiles coming their way, they just want to flee because they're not from there. They're not indigenous to this land. But you see the same thing with Iranians. I mean, a lot of Iranians, I've talked to family members and friends who do have the option. Obviously, not everyone has that option, but some people have the option to, for example, go to rural areas or places where there's less bombing, or even leave their countries, but they don't want to go. What we're actually seeing is that Iranians living abroad are coming through the border, like driving, flying to Turkey, and then from there crossing the border because they want to be here when the war happens. This is the difference between the indigenous people of this region and the settler colonial residents of these occupied territories. And people probably have seen this beautiful interview with an Iranian mother who was out on the streets in Tehran holding her baby, when the interviewer asks her, but what if this war goes into the cutting of water and electricity? And she's like, okay, and then you won't be able to change your baby's diapers easily. And she's like, what's the difference between me and my baby and the Palestinian children? We're the same. We saw what they did to the Palestinians, and we know that's the nature of our enemy, but we still want to resist. We would pay any price possible in order to fight back and not let them continue bullying the indigenous people of this region. And that's exactly what it's not easy wondering, like, every time we hear the jets flying over, like, where they're going to bomb, are my loved ones going to survive, and having to check on them. It's very difficult, but we are very willing to pay the price in order to see an end to this colonial project and the bullying and the aggression that comes from the imperialist power and the Zionist entity. So it is totally connected. It cannot be disconnected. It's the same struggle that Palestinians, Lebanese, and Iranians, and people in the region have against the Zionist regime, and we're just a continuation of the same struggle.
Mhm.
Okay, now I'm just coming in to say just a couple of little things about America's involvement. So so-called Israel has never fought their own stuff. They've always bought and paid for and/or manipulated by way of compromise, blackmail, and threats. JFK, threats to life by example. Do what we say, or you will be dead. So Israel can't do this without America. Miriam Adelson, Trump's biggest donor, has and her late husband Sheldon have both together donated to Donald Trump himself hundreds of millions of dollars. Right. This is a hegemonic spiritual battle. It's far more complex than Trump having a temper tantrum. Trump is a megalomaniac psychopath with dementia. With if you link it to the Epstein files, yes, that's connected. This is a biblical in terms of gravity, but it's not. Use the term biblical. Like this is monumental is probably a better term. This is about Zionism, the Greater Israel Project, and so-called Israelis, the Talmudic tribe, doing things by deception. We wage war, right? Doing things that are underhanded for their own gain, and using proxy countries, hosts to do their bidding for them. They have always and will continue to. They start all the shit. They being the Talmudic tribe, and use their current host succubus, whoever they're leeching off, resources and might to do the bidding of themselves. So this has absolutely been brewing for a very long time. But if you listen to what she's saying about the sanctions, this is about natural resources. This is about geographical dominance. Israel, so-called Israel, wants to be, and by secular Israel, but also like the Jews, want to be, they want to rule the world. And it goes back to globalism, which is the New World Order, which is like the engineers of this are those same people forever. So this isn't just a skirmish in the Middle East. Every Western, Greater North, Global North, every government, every politician is owned by these same people. So Iran has thrived despite the sanctions, despite the demonization of their people, the lies told about them. They have thrived, and here we are. Enough is enough. This has come to it has come to a point of no return, and it was Israel and the US together happily. Trump doesn't give a fuck because he's a psychopath. All of his people are the same. They don't care about people, right? They don't care about anyone but themselves. So they initiated this. So whatever will be, will be.
That was an extraordinary clip of that mother and her child, and I know that it touched many people. And I'm also listening to you talk about the terror, and I think it is terrorism of bombing civilians, bombing residential areas, people shopping, and that is going on across Iran. We're probably not seeing a lot of it because of the lack of media coverage. We'll talk about that in a bit. But yesterday, Iran confirmed the death of Dr. Ali Larijani, Iran's senior national security advisor, a well-known scholar. This came after an Israeli attack on a home of a member of his family. It killed him and his son and other people in the neighborhood, as I understand. Since the murder of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at the start of this aggression, Israel and the United States have continued to target senior Iranian officials, both military and political officials. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu believes these murders will weaken the government and create a vacuum to bring about regime change. They've stated that's the goal openly. You've talked about how people have reacted, coming out into the streets, demanding revenge, showing their support. Talk a bit more about that. Is this war, and we know the Western and American and particularly Israeli way of warfare, if we can even call it that, is to target civilians and civilian infrastructure with the idea that if you make the civilian population suffer enough, they will turn on their leaders. That has been the practice in Lebanon for many decades, and now it was certainly the approach in Gaza as well and across Palestine. Collective punishment in the hope of turning people against their leaders. Is that working in Iran? Is it going to work if this war goes on long enough? What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, collective punishment of the people has always been a tool of imperialist powers and the Zionist regime. I mean, sanctions are a form of collective punishment against the Iranian people, and the United States and the Zionist regime were hoping that they would help turn the population against the establishment. And it's in some ways it did work, because especially the sanctions, because it's more difficult to pinpoint and identify the actual enemy, and it's easier to blame the government. But when it comes to taking out the leaders and the officials, especially when there is a total disregard of civilians' lives and civilian infrastructure, does the exact opposite. I mean, the top figure that they could take out in Iran was Imam Khamenei, and he was the most popular spiritual and political figure in Iran. And they took him out, and what happened after that was that a lot of people, and I'm hearing I mean, on the streets, you can see even people who took part in the January protest are now on the streets demanding revenge. And they understand that this is not only about their officials, it's about Iran as a country and as an integral, with the integrity that it has, with the uh, territorial integrity that it has. It's Iran as a sovereign nation that is a target of the Zionist and the imperialist powers' aggression. It's not the Islamic Republic, because if it was only the Islamic Republic, then why do you, strike schools? Why do you strike health centers? They have attacked IVF clinics, residential areas. Like in one neighborhood in Tehran, which is known as a working class neighborhood, they like obliterated a total neighborhood with a lot of people living. Like in one case, an entire family of 6 members died in their houses. And how can you turn the population against their own government, which is right now the force that is resisting and that is protecting the sovereignty of the nation and the lives of its people? I mean, it's trying to protect the lives of its citizens. It has never proven, effective in the past, as you said, in Palestine, in Lebanon. I mean, in Lebanon also, we're seeing images of entire residential building blocks coming down in the airstrikes, and even those who are probably not very pro Hezbollah can actually see what the Zionist regime is about. It's about taking or occupying Lebanese territories. It's about occupying Iranian territories, Palestinian territories. I mean, what they have done, like on the attack on the school in Minab that killed almost 200 schoolgirls when they were in session. How can you justify that as an attack on the Islamic Republic? It's an attack on Iranian civilians, and they always use, that they have used the same tactics in Palestine too, but in Iran, they always do this double tap technique. When the rescuers and first aiders rush to help the people, then they attack the rescuers. They did the same thing today again in Lar, which is a smaller town in Fars province. So it's very clear that they find their enemies, the Iranian people, the Palestinian people, the Lebanese people, not only the government. And it has become very clear to the people. So it actually turns those who were critical of the government against the aggression, against those who are attacking Iran. And as I said, we're seeing people who did take part in the protests in January taking to the streets to support their government's retaliation and demanding revenge. I mean, we have tried the path of diplomacy several times, and we were targeted during negotiations. So it has become very clear to the people that we tried everything that we could to avoid this war. And our officials had warned that once you start, we're going to retaliate. And this is going to be very different from the 12 days war. And they're doing exactly what they said. They have been steadfast and telling the truth to the people. I mean, even when our officials are taken out, I mean, just a couple of hours ago, they also confirmed the assassination of the Minister of Intelligence, Iran's Minister of Intelligence, and they just announce it. They don't hide it. Unlike, in the Zionist regime, you don't know who's alive and who's not, and you always have these rumors, because the individuals do matter more. Here, it's a system. It's a very well established structure, which.
Good question. Hezbollah is the Lebanese resistance movement. They're the freedom fighters. They are the Hamas. They are the Hamas of Lebanon. So Hamas is the resistance, the freedom fighters of Palestine, of occupied Palestine. Hezbollah is are the freedom fighters that are resisting against. So-called Israel has been trying to take part of their global expansion, their Greater Israel project, have been to try to take parts of Lebanon, all of it, for a long time. They can't get anywhere. Hezbollah, they're demonized as being terrorists. They are not. They are freedom fighters. Now, while we're paused, Hope asked about what is globalization. So, globalization is the idea of one world government, of no individual rights and liberties of individual citizens of individual nations, and it's all part of the Agenda 2030. So Agenda 2030 is the New World Order. It was Agenda 2025, but they had to push it back. So here are what they are doing. Here's what they want to do. So one world government, the end of nations, one world army, one world body police force, one world central bank. Spoiler alert, Iran is one of the last remaining countries that have sovereignty. They have independence from central banking. Who started central banking? The Rothschilds, the Illuminati, the secret society people, which is what we've been talking about for a long time. World depopulation and fertility control. So sterilization, COVID vaccines. Yeah. End of car and home ownership. So losing your autonomy. 15-minute cities. Mandatory multiple vaccinations yearly. Vaccinations are poison. They're killing us. They all have cancer in them and AIDS, HIV. Okay. Do not vaccinate. No flu virus, no flu vaccines, nothing. No more. Don't let anyone put anything in you, right? Universal austerity income. So communism, basically. Social media, digital ID. We're already there in Australia. I think you're already there in Texas, in America. Microchip for health, shopping, and travel. So basically, then if you dissent, if they have you microchipped and your digital ID, and if your everything's linked digitally in the cloud and everything's a surveillance, then if you dissent or speak out against your government, the one world government, you can have your banks shut down, no more access to your finances, right? Government raised children, implementation of Chinese social credit system, so social credits, which all businesses run by the state, end of non-essential air travel, humans concentrated into 15-minute zones, end of fossil fuels and modern limited access to wild spaces. So basically, globalization is 1984, the book, implemented. Okay. So, yeah. So this is I honestly correct, Simi. I'm not sure whether we can do anything about it, but at least forewarned is forearmed as to what's coming. You know. Steve, stop throwing money at me, but thank you. Also, my grifting. I manifested grifting, and look at me grift. Thank you, Steve. You're so kind. I really appreciate it. Money's tight. Money is tight. Well, here's the thing. Wait, pause. No microchips, thank you. We all carry devices voluntarily. Yeah, one more thing. I forgot to swap over to this tab instead. Here's the thing. If you were vaccinated, you already have, oh my God, I'm going to get all the phrases wrong because I haven't been on the convid thing. I don't know enough. mRNA vaccine had, is it nanoparticles? God, fuck, I'm going to get the words wrong. There's already stuff. Anybody who's vaccinated, that stuff can already be activated through 5G. Do you really think they all want us to have better, faster internet? Get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here. They can activate the stuff in the vaccines to, like, I can't stress enough how this is all fucking connected. The end. Period. Full stop. We'll keep going with this lovely lady. Okay.
Maybe shortcomings that it might have, it's functioning very well. It's not surrounded and relying only on individuals. There is an ideology, there is a structure that continues to function, and people have realized that and they want to be a part of this existential war and protect their country against the foreign invasion.
Can I put a question to you, Dr. Setere? Because, you know, people see that it was very clear that Ayatollah Imam Khamenei was targeted, and the information has come out that he refused to go to a safe place. He remained in his house. His family remained with him. It seems to be the same with Dr. Larijani. He was clearly aware that he was to be targeted. And apparently he didn't go to a bunker or to one of the tunnels in the mountains. And people look at that from outside Iran, even people who are sympathetic to Iran, and they say, what are you doing? You should go to a safe place. The leaders in Iran seem to see it differently. There is the story that Imam Khamenei said. I don't know what the source is, but it seems very credible to me that he said, "Well, if you can't take the whole of Tehran into a bunker, then I can't go to a bunker." How do people in Iran look at that? Do they say, "Well, we need our leaders to actually stay safe to take us through this existential crisis," or do they understand and accept this approach, which seems to be quite different from Western leaders who, even in peacetime, won't dare to walk among their people? And of course, we also saw Dr. Pezeshkian, the president, Dr. Larijani, and Dr. Arakchi, the foreign minister, among other officials, all walking in the streets on Al-Quds Day just a few days ago. Give me your thoughts about that.
Well, I think what especially people in the West did not understand is how the values and principles around which the Islamic Republic is established are very, very different from those in the West, where the governments are, established around plutocracy and other notions. To just give you an example, I mean, before getting to why these people are not seeking to be in bunkers and seek protection. For example, in the United States, everyone knows how Donald Trump got into power, how much money he has, and he brags about the money he has made. How he brags about having evaded paying his taxes, and I don't know, like in the UK, the royal family's wealth is not controversial at all. Like people talk about, for example, how much money was spent on a royal wedding, and that's totally accepted. Whereas in Iran, one thing that people will try to when they want to criticize their officials is talking about the wealth that they have accumulated, especially after coming into power. I mean, if you're coming from a rich family, that's a different story. But even in that case, it's not accepted in our society for an official to live a luxurious life. They are advised, and according to Islamic teachings, to live like the poorest of, or like the working class, to keep a very simple life. And people do not accept that. I mean, if someone has accumulated a lot of wealth, the people will revolt against the government. They won't accept that. They will criticize them, and they want them out of power. And usually they would not vote for someone who has become very rich, especially after coming to power. So the same thing is about their security. Officials get their popularity by living like everybody else in terms of their lifestyle, but also in terms of their security. So if you pay attention to, for example, the videos of the leader's speeches, where he delivers his speeches, there is not even a carpet. It's a very, very simple rug, and you don't see any item, any like expensive or luxurious item, because he said that he wants to live like the poorest of the population, and because he wants to feel what they go through. He wants to tell them that I am like you. I'm not different. You have elected me, but it doesn't mean that I'm superior to you. I'm just taking this responsibility to protect the country. And the same with when the war happens. All of these officials were saying that we want to live like everybody else in the country, and they also believe in a higher power. So when it's time for that to come, it will come, and no one can prevent it. And when it's not, no one can make it happen. So they want to live with dignity. They want to live up to their standards, up to their values that they have been raised to according to Islamic teachings. And as you said, like actually Imam Khomeini was very observant of the protocols that his security teams would say, but he would not allow that to the extent that would be very different from the rest of the country. So he said that he will continue working, going to his work, going to his office, and doing his routines. And the rumors on the Western media were that he's going to flee to Russia.
Simi, the problem with politicians is not the wage they draw; it's the donations from international donors. American Jews, Miriam Adelson, APAC. Hey, Rita, good to see you. Now, I believe she's talking about the Ayatollah who was killed on the very first day, who I refuse to believe was dead. But she's also mentioned, and maybe she wasn't because I was looking for this, Dr. Larijani, who I cried when I realized this was who they killed. Oh, I can't play that. Wait, I was going to show a video. Anyway, I just don't need to be. Hang on. So I'm going to pull up this. So this, let me just check and see what we got there. This is who they killed. This man. Look at. This was just 2 days ago. I think like 36 hours ago. This man. Look at this man. He was so. His qualifications were Hafiz of the Quran. So he's a cleric, Bachelor of Science, Computer Science and Maths, a Master of Science in Western Philosophy, and a PhD in Western Philosophy. He published the mathematical method in Kant's philosophy, metaphysics and exact sciences in Kant's philosophy, meaning he had to also know German. You have to be able to speak and write German to be someone who writes on that. Another publication, Intuition and the Synthetic A Priori Judgments in Kant's Philosophy, publications on Fresh Air, and Reason and Tranquility in Governance. This was a beautiful man. Let me see if I can find the video. He was walking amongst the people and riding on the back of the motorbike. You might have seen. Wait, let me see if I can copy this. Copy. Go explore this. I'll type it up here. Let me type in with the people. See if that works. Here we go. This was him. Can you make sure you can see that? He was out with the people. Whereas, I mean, if Benjamin Netanyahu is alive, he's a coward. I'm not sure. I would rather he be alive so that he can be held to account if ever that moment comes. This man, they want to destroy everything that is good and beautiful and gentle in the world. Remember what he said? He wrote a publication on governance. Wait, can I get back to it? I don't think I can. Governance. What was it? Here it is. Reason and Tranquility in Governance. Look, this is they despicable. So, wait. Oh, share this step instead. I cried and cried. So sad. Such a beautiful man to be lost.
Is going to previously there will be he's going to flee to Venezuela. He has this 40 floors basement down somewhere. There's a bunker that he's taking shelter, and all of a sudden when they took him out, everyone realized that he was just living like an ordinary person in Tehran, and he did not feel that he's superior, he's different to the rest of the country. And these are the values that our politicians have tried to live up to. I'm not saying everyone is living up to that, but the nation also finds criticism in politicians who do not do that, who feel that they are exceptional and they have to be privileged and they have to be protected, because becoming an official in the Islamic Republic means taking a responsibility, not being privileged not having more access to wealth and protection, but just being responsible for, which is very difficult. I mean, you have to sacrifice.
Sleep well, Steve. Thank you so much for being here, and come back again. Watch the rest on replay. And we've missed you. And thank you so much for all your generous super chats. I appreciate you very much. It's financial support is truly appreciated and does make a difference to me being able to continue to run the channel and share my moderate wealth of knowledge. Still learning. Thank you. Ah, good Lord.
Sacrifice a lot to do that. And that's how our officials lived, all of them. And they take pride in becoming martyrs. I mean, martyrdom is the highest position and status that they can achieve. Because, I mean, our leader was 86 years old. He knew that, he's not going to live forever. And what's this is a more, noble and proud than becoming martyred at the hands of the worst satanic enemies you can imagine while you are protecting your country. That's the most beautiful elevation to the hereafter that you can achieve.
Dr. Satari, as a scholar of North American studies and of US-Iran relations, talk a little bit more about your analysis of why Iran is viewed with such hostility in the United States and the so-called West more generally.
So this is important. Have a listen.
And what do you think the most important thing is for people in the West to know right now that they're not being told by their leaders and by Western media, which is just the polar opposite of the kind of leadership and honesty and honor that you were just describing in Iranian society?
Well, the United States hostility towards Iran started well before the Islamic Republic. In 1953, when the CIA orchestrated a coup against Dr. Mossadegh, who was our first prime minister, democratically elected. And by the way, he was not religious; he was secular, you can say, and he was not chanting "Death to America." He was not talking about Israel at all. He just wanted to nationalize Iran's oil, and he was toppled by the CIA through a military coup against his government. And that's when also the US started sanctioning Iran. They installed a dictatorship, the Pahlavi dictatorship, and the Savak worked with Mossad to torture Iranian dissidents. And once we had the revolution in 1979, the popular revolution, and then a referendum where more than 98% of the population voted yes to the Islamic Republic, we started establishing a model, probably for the first time in the region, against the imperialist powers. We said no to imperialism, and we cut the hands of the United States from our country. We gained control over our natural resources. And Iran started setting an example for the entire world that it is possible. As a country, when we came out of the revolution, we did not really have anything. And they staged a war through Saddam against us. And we still did not lose even an inch of our territories. And all of that, for 47 years, they've been imposing sanctions and everything. They have been trying to bring us to our knees so that they can gain control over Iran, over its resources, over its politics and everything. And they have not been able. So because they have failed in doing so, despite all the sanctions and aggression, now what they are trying to do is forming this narrative of demonizing an entire nation and dehumanizing us in order to justify even more aggression and a war. The narrative always portrays Iran as, sponsor of terrorism, or state sponsor of terrorism, or these fanatics and lunatics, which is very hilarious to me coming from the lunatics that are running the White House, and we know about them. I mean, we're basically fighting against a regime of Epstein pedophiles and, Rothschild bankers that have been stealing and looting other nations' resources and money. And Iran sets a very, very dangerous example for the entire world, because we're telling the entire world that it is possible for a nation to stand against imperialism, even if they put sanctions on you, even if they isolate you. And for many years, the propaganda has worked. I mean, the Western audience had no other channel of information to know what exactly is happening in Iran than the Western mainstream media. But now with alternative media and social media, even though they're
Right,
manipulating the
Gray?
algorithms and everything, the
Audacity.
truth is coming out. You're seeing that a lot of people in the world are cheering on Iranian missiles hitting Tel Aviv and other occupied territories because they know who is the other side that Iran is fighting. So for the Western audience, I would say do not fall for this, and they usually, because have this orientalist framing of what's happening inside Iran, especially when it comes to cultural things. Like they're so obsessed about whether women are wearing a special form of hat. This is like not very different. I mean, people are choosing to wear this, and some people don't. And you can see on the streets that there are a lot of women who don't want to wear it, and they're not wearing it. But they use these cultural differences because it makes it very easy to otherize an entire nation. And they are trying to say that it was a 1979 revolution that forced Islam on this population, when in fact we have been Muslim for more than 1,000 years. Nobody imposed Islam on us. Iranians have been Muslim for more than 1,000 years. I mean, this cultural heritage sites that we're talking about have been attacked were built by Muslim rulers, and they have very beautiful and magnificent Islamic arts. What does that tell you about this place? But these are all erased from the narrative because they want you to think that there's no legitimacy in the government that has been actually elected by these people. And of course, it's far from perfection, like any government in the entire world. But people have.
Hope, I don't think she has a channel. Sorry, lovely lady, semi-dirty pause, although she's so beautiful, there's no such thing as a dirty pause. She has a Twitter handle, a Twitter account. She references it at the end. I think it's LEELOH. Don't quote me. I was multitasking and listening when I watched this earlier, so I didn't get it. But we'll catch it. But I don't think she has a channel. But isn't she just this? This is when people say we need to save Iran. We need to save the women of Iran from the regime. It's all fucking bullshit. This is the caliber of women in Iran. They are beautiful, well-spoken, well-educated, or wholly autonomous citizens of a nation that they love.
Their agency, they're trying to bring about changes and improvements in their country, and they have been trying to resist imperialism. And we have learned that the reason that we're under attack is that we have been able to fight imperialism, and all their plots have been they have failed in all the plots that they have had. And the last thing that they have resorted to is this war that we're seeing, which we see as an existential war, but for the US it's a war of choice. And they're taking their last chances at bringing down the Islamic Republic of Iran as a nation, and to balkanize the country and create perpetual chaos in the region so that they can loot our resources. And they will do everything to brainwash the people of the world to justify that. But I think even that narrative is falling apart, and it's becoming more clear to the world that it's not about an Islamic regime or sponsoring terrorism. It's about two terrorist states attacking an independent nation because it dared resist imperialism.
Dr. Setareh Sadeghi, I think you're right about something, which is that something has changed, and even with the manipulation of the algorithms, particularly since the start of the genocide in Gaza, so many more people in the world are waking up to what is happening and what their rulers are doing, particularly in the West. And I think that this war in Iran is multiplying and amplifying that effect. And we're so grateful to you for joining us today, for taking the time with us. We know that conditions aren't easy, so we're very grateful that you did that. And we pray for your safety and for the safety of everyone around you and everyone in Iran. And I want people to know that they can also, the way I knew about you is through your excellent postings on social media. You're active on Twitter X. And can you give us your account if people want to follow you on Twitter?
Sure. My Twitter handle is Lilako. It's at LEELAKO.
Lilako.
Yes.
And just to remind people, you are a
Ah,
professor.
am I muted? Probably. Oh, fantastic! I'm not. So, if you wanted to type, I've just typed it in and found her, and I will drop her. I will drop her link in the chat. Copy to clipboard, and then I'll press play.
At the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran and a specialist in North American studies. And we are so grateful to you for all your insights today.
There's a little bit more.
Thank you for this conversation. And it's always great to talk to Electronic Intifada.
Thank you so much. Please stay.
I'll drop this channel link also in chat, but they're good, right? There's a little bit more with it, and this was just 7 hours ago that this was aired. I guess I'm not sure if it was live, but it's within the last day, right?
Safe.
Thank you.
Yeah, a really important interview with Dr. Satare Sadiki. And since that was just less than 24 hours ago, but Ali, since then you have some updates that you wanted to.
Well, there's a lot that has gone on in the last 24 hours that we'll talk about later after John's presentation. But just now, I wanted to give a couple of just a little bit of extras that we couldn't show during the interview with Dr. Setare. And the first one, just to illustrate some of the things she talked about, the first one is a video she posted on Twitter X of the Quds Day rally last Friday in Isfahan's famous Naqsh Jahan Square. And I just wanted to show that to give people a flavor of what she was talking about so they can see it and get a sense of the scale, the enormous scale of people there. And so for those who are listening, you just have this huge sea of people in the famous Naqsh Jahan Square and this beautiful Safavid mosque that I have not had the opportunity to visit, but I remember studying it when I took a college course on Islamic architecture, and I remember this particular monument really sticking in my mind. And we have another video from Isfahan, but it's from another Twitter user called Sure, who also lives in Isfahan, and I've been following her for several years. And so we can show that video, which just gives a flavor of the atmosphere in Isfahan, which is, of course, Iran's second most populous city. It's in central Iran. It has more than 2 million residents. Tehran is much bigger, but Isfahan is a significant city, and I think we can show that. And Sura posted that on Twitter X yesterday, but she wrote, I filmed this on March 14th in Isfahan, but I couldn't post it because of the internet. Driving around the city after 11 p.m. to see the vibe, unbelievable. This is every night. So I just wanted people to be able to picture life in Isfahan after hearing from Dr. Sitari.
And, the corporate mainstream media here in the U.S. Is certainly not showing this kind of daily.
No, it's all AI, right?
Yeah.
According to Donald
Right.
Trump, it's all AI.
That's right. Or people are being forced to do it by the government, right? Of course. All right. Well, thank you for that, Ali.
So how good was that? Okay. Wow. I've got a few other little wows to show you. Then we'll do a quick song break. And I've been for the last little while, I've been okay. So before I go to that point, why didn't Elon put up Starlink over Iran before, like he did in the Ukraine? Well, Iran have blacked out their own internet intentionally because all of Mossad have Starlink. So a couple of weeks ago, before the war, and they had the blackout, and it still continues now. It's intentional. Iran isn't. It's not. They're not. They're doing it to weed out the rats, the Zionist rats, right? Yeah. It's a good question though, Pierre. so the Mossad all do have Starlink. Starlink's banned in so then they can and they rounded up a bunch of Mossad agents in Iran before the war, who were the ones who were planted into the Iranian people to instigate and initiate those the riots where, and you'll hear the talking points where mainstream media, legacy media will say, and proponents, people who are propagandized, who don't know the full truth, who don't know Iranian people, who don't watch stuff like this. The Iranian government killed 50,000 people. Well, fucking bullshit. That's an inflated number, like that 6 million number. I think the number is 3,600-ish died in those protests. And they were assets. And then who started those clashes that then people were killed. But that was a false flag. That was a false flag. Okay. That was the narrative they give us is different to the truth, and the motivations and the key proponents, the key players, the agitators are not what it seems. And people just blindly believe in the bullshit because the appeal to authority fallacy, logical fallacy of believing what we're told because indoctrinated. So let me just before we go to a song, that's what I was going to say, but Pierre had that good, it was a really good point. So I haven't uploaded them all into Discord, but I've been changing over a lot of the artwork for my music to be either animated version of the original artwork or creating one that's new and like a 6-second video and adding it. So last night I've been doing a lot of work. I'm tired. I want to be lazy. But no, we have to save humanity. And plus, music is fun when it's got videos. So, you might have noticed at the start I played Katniss Everdeen, which has been in my head a lot because it's relevant. It wasn't actually written about this, but it's kind of relevant, right? And so I've got some treats, and I've got some more that I've got to swap out and change over and make. I haven't made one for Shine yet, but I will. It's very arduous. But anyway, we're going to go to a song break in a tick, and it's for my beautiful wife mostly, but everybody. What am I looking for? Bookmarks. You can't see what I'm doing, but let me get this up. So speaking of what they won't show you in legacy media, let's go with this instead. Okay, so here's a good one. So I don't know if you know, but in Gaza, in occupied Palestine, more journalists have been killed by the IOF. They call them the IDF, but I prefer Israeli occupied forces, the demons, in the last 2.5 years. And press is supposed to be, it's a war crime. Like, press is supposed to be safe. Then all the journalists in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, combined in 2.5 years. So these people are fucking monsters. We don't hate them enough, okay? But these, so there's been the propaganda being reported on legacy media, mainstream media, coming out of Iran and South Lebanon is bullshit. So these brave men and women, I think there's a woman, there is a woman, I think she's one of the journalists, have taken themselves to to South Lebanon. Remember, Hezbollah resistance fighters, same as Hamas, just fighting against imperialism and occupation by the Zionists. These people have just gotten to the Sobe journalists. Tour has begun. Courageous journalists have entered Iran not to repeat narratives, but to uncover the truth beyond mainstream propaganda. So this is, oh God, Pause. No music. Thank you. So that's brave going into like war torn. Like nobody's reporting on Lebanon. I've got many Lebanese friends, and both living in Lebanon and expats, and it's it's concerning. But they can't. The so-called Israelis, the IOF, are only good at killing babies and women and pause and oppressed, starved, corralled innocents. They're actually not good fighters. So let me see. Oh wait, I went into it. Silly me. Now speaking of what they know, here's one. Speaking of press, where is it? Okay, not that one. Oh, so this is what Tel Aviv looks like now. Mute that. So not that I wish death and destruction on anybody, but karma's a bitch. And so Tel Aviv is the capital of so-called Israel, occupied Palestine, and this is, you won't see this on media. So let me go back. Oh God, what am I doing with my life? Let me keep seeing. Here's another one. So this is Tel Aviv as well.
نتابع صور جوية للدمار الذي حصل في باتيام جراء القصف الإيراني على هذا الموقع. باتيام تقع جنوب إسرائيل وتعرضت إلى قصف إيراني الليلة.
Oh my God. It is heartbreaking, Steph, but only in terms of nobody likes to see death and destruction. But this is the despicable destruction that the so-called Israelis have been wreaking on the Gazans and the West Bank, the actual rightful owners, the settlers. These Zionist monsters have decimated Gaza. Let me see. I'll see if I can find a photo or a video for you. So that's that. Here we go. So this guy is in South Lebanon, a journalist. This is Israel trying to kill another journalist in Lebanon. What are we fucking doing? He's okay. He just had some shrapnel. He was just trying to report, right? Now let me just, before we go to a song break, okay. I'll just go like this. Oh. Sorry about the snipping. Here we go. We'll do this one. Pause. Oh, is the Guardian? That's going to be copyrighted to fucking shit. Wait, I don't want to be getting a strike. I'm already struggling. Share this tab instead. So, make sure you can see. Gaza, or Gaza, as you're supposed to say, was a beautiful, thriving place. It's been there for a very long time. Here we go. Let's watch this. I'll keep it muted just in case. So this is what they've done to the Palestinians for the last 2.5 years, right? Because Gaza and Tel Aviv is different, right? They're all part of Palestine, occupied Palestine. And so they have so they like to kill everybody, right? Kill them all, kill all the babies, kill the families. The mindset of these people, these Zionists, is that a baby, and the Talmudic tribe, a baby, even a baby breastfeeding, will one day grow up to be a terrorist. So they kill them all. So this program, it's Lavender Project. They have this program, this application AI called "Where's Daddy," and so people who they deem to be Hamas, uh, which is bullshit anyway. They the so-called Israeli government have a program called "Where's Daddy," and it tracks where these purported problematic men, dads, who they assert are Hamas, which they're not. And even if they are, they're resistance fighters. It's just a ruse, an elaborate, murderous, genocidal ruse that targets where they live and then attacks them at 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. when at their home when everybody's sleeping. So they wipe out the whole family. I think it's oh my God, I'm going to get the number wrong. I feel like this is low, but there's something 17,000, 1,700. It's bloodlines, families have been wiped out, eliminated. No, not a trace in occupied Palestine because of these murderous, genocidal monsters. So they're just now doing what they did then and continue to do. It hasn't stopped in Gaza, but they're doing it in South Lebanon, and Iran. Lebanon, they're bombing just whole villages, carpet bombing them. Us, we, America, not me, you, America, and Israel together. It's war crime. Okay, so what a time to be alive. This is what I've been wrangling with for quite some time. So that's cheerful, isn't it? Not very. Let's have a quick music break, fill up your drink, and we'll watch the next very short video. But this guy, Professor Morandi, is a fucking badass. I love him so much. He's also an Iranian. And a little something for my beautiful wife and everybody. Oh my God, if I could only find it. Here, I'll put me here like this. Oh, take that away. Heartbreaking, huh? And here we go.
Evanescent slope of grief starts high and then ends low. Smoke and mirrors, alibi eventually devours you. A black hole, an abysmal vacuity. Fall in love with yourself, it's an oceanic feeling. Symbiosis, retrofusion, Wizard of Oz, replete with delusion. Nothing is real, nothing is there, holding up a mirror. Separation filled with fear, vulnerable, insurmountable, nothing to see. A black hole, an abysmal vacuity. Fall in love with yourself, it's an oceanic feeling. Symbiosis, retrofusion, Wizard of Oz, replete with delusion. Pattern, latitude, ostensible platitude. The learning and the yearning, rejuvenation burning. Eviscerate your sense of self, future horizon dawn. Ba-da-da-dun, ba-da-da-dun, ba-da-da-da-dun, ba-da-da-dun, ba-da-da-dun, ba-da-da-dun. A black hole, an abysmal vacuity. Fall in love with yourself, it's an oceanic feeling. Symbiosis, retrofusion, Wizard of Oz, replete with delusion. Lived it, slept in it, falling into you. Yes, no, who, me, you and you and you. Talked it, walked in it, the bullshit, the free fall. Eyes wide open, eyes wide shut, obliterate, enthralled. But no more, never ever again. Slow, deep breath and count 210.
Cute, huh? Cute. There's so many cool ones. You should see one for hurt people. Oh, I'll play it next. Oh, I'll play it. We'll play it maybe tonight. It's so good. It's got the Disney dystopia princess that I used for the thumbnail for the Disney Walt Disney story that we watched. It's so good. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh. Anyway, so hi, we're back now. We're watching this next one. Let me just do this and this. I know you can't see what I'm doing. It's by design. Press this. Oh, and this. So this one's 10 minutes. So this guy, he's in Iran, Professor Morandi, and if I'm going to get a copyright strike, it'll be for this, but it's going to be worth it. So
if they try to do anything on the ground, then they'll really see what we can do.
Wait. Oh, that's right.
You mess with the wrong country. Your propaganda doesn't work anymore. And the Iranian people have shown their resolve. They'll see this through.
Iran launched attacks on Israel last night, killing 2 in Tel Aviv. Those strikes were revenge for the death of one of Iran's most senior leaders, Ali Larijani. America, meanwhile, says it has bombed missile sites in Iran that threatened the Strait of Hormuz. The internet in Iran has been down for more than 3 weeks, so it's difficult to talk to opponents of the regime inside the country. But we can now speak to someone who is supportive. Professor Mohammad Morandi is a professor of English literature at the University of Tehran, and he joins us now from Iran. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you give us the sort of perspective on what it's like there at the moment? It's often difficult for us to speak to people inside Iran.
Well, it's difficult for you to speak to people inside Iran because you're helping the United States carpet bomb the country or regime people involved in the murder of people. So the internet is down because for international use, you can use Iranian websites and Iranian apps. But because the United States uses it to use cameras, the Israeli regime uses people's cameras to strike targets inside the country. They're forced to do that. And I use because it belongs to a studio in Iran. You asked me to be on your show, and I came on your show. So it's because of aggression and murder and death and destruction that your governments bring about that this is the situation.
I mean, the death of Ali Larijani has been hailed by America and by Israel as a significant turning point in this conflict. What has your response been?
That's the guy that I showed you that I cried for. I cried actual tears down my face for his death. Who had done the what was it? Peace and something tranquility, was it, in governance? She's asking him about that.
To that?
Well, all you have to do is go and see what people are doing on the streets every night. There are millions of people on the streets every night in Tehran. And
which we've seen, right? We've seen that.
Tens of millions across the country. They rally in support of the armed forces, in support of the Constitution, in support of the leader, in support of the state. And in fact, your government, and this is something that Western media has hid from the public, obviously, because they're Epstein class controlled. But during a major rally in Tehran on Friday, where people were on the streets, they fired missiles at the people. And a woman was killed.
Who fired missiles at people on the streets of Tehran?
The U.S.-Israeli jets that fired missiles, they fired it at the demonstrators. But you didn't even know this because your media outlets won't tell you. But they fired on people. And I tweeted this. I tweeted maybe 10 different tweets. People across the world have seen it. In the West, of course, it's because you have censorship there extensively more than the rest of the world. And you're heavily propagandized. You don't see this. But your regimes help the U.S. bomb demonstrators. demonstrators.
Ali Larijani was responsible for the deaths of many thousands of people inside Iran who wanted to protest legitimately against the regime. Tens of thousands of people have been killed in the last couple of months. America and Israel say it was right to target him because of those deaths.
Well, that's your regime propaganda, and of course, you're pro-regime.
Well, no, I'm asking
that
you.
is a lie.
I'm asking you.
I'm
I'm asking you straightforward questions, and I am asking you a question which
patience.
relates to the deaths of tens of thousands of protesters.
Don't be cowardly. Let me answer. Those 3,117 people who were killed, it's your responsibility and the responsibility of your regimes, because you sent terrorists and gave them weapons to slaughter hundreds of police officers and countless people on the streets in order to create armed insurrection.
What proof do you have of that? What proof do you have of that?
The proof. Mossad, in a Persian statement, said that they have people on the ground. Pompeo, in a tweet, said that Mossad is on the ground. Pompeo, in an interview on, I think, channel 13 or 15 in Israel, said the CIA is on the ground. More importantly, channel 14 in Israel, which is close to Netanyahu, said that foreign intelligence agencies brought in the weapons to kill the hundreds of police officers.
Whether or not there
But
are,
your
excuse
government and your
me,
media will not say this to the people.
whether or not
the footage is there.
Whether or not there are agents on the ground, you have no proof of anybody being armed. And further, there is significant proof that the Iranian regime was responsible for the deaths not of 3,000 people, but of tens of thousands of young people who were, in many cases, shot in the back, shot at close range. Some people were even killed inside hospitals where they had been seeking treatment. What do you say to that?
Well, you're lying, of course, and you're producing propaganda. And I think increasingly Western media is just propaganda. Tens of thousands of people. That's exactly what you and your regime have helped Israelis do in Gaza. And your drones were gathering intelligence during the whole period of the Gaza genocide. You're responsible for a Holocaust. You're partners in this Holocaust. So you need to deflect attention. You need to project on the Iranians what you actually do. But why is it, if the Iranian regime, as you love to call it, and it makes you feel better, why is it that the Iranian regime has so many millions of people supporting it on the streets every day?
Are there any people? Are there any people who oppose
your missile strike?
Are there any people who
Under
oppose
your
the
missile
regime?
strikes.
Are there any people who oppose the regime inside Iran?
Of course there are, but overwhelmingly people support it, and that's why you've lost this war. And that's why ultimately you're going to face the consequences, because the Strait of Hormuz is shut, and it's because of your policies and the policies of your overlords in Washington that the global economy is going to go downhill. And Iran is going to continue to hammer US assets in the Persian Gulf because of this unprovoked aggression. You carry out war after war. You destroyed Iraq. You destroyed Afghanistan. You destroyed Libya. You're strangling Cuba. You've destroyed Yemen. Iran is a bridge too far. You're messing with the wrong people. You will see in the weeks ahead whether you succeed or not.
How much longer can Iran sustain the closure of the Strait of Hormuz?
Indefinitely.
Because it harms your economy too, doesn't it?
For us, it is a fight for survival. For you, it is a fight to sustain the Epstein class and ethno-supremacism in Palestine.
Why do you keep bringing up? Why do you bring up Jeffrey Epstein in this context? What's the logical leap there?
It's very clear. It's very clear what class of people are in charge in your countries. That class of people are the people who have control. They're the ones who own the media. They're the ones who control the government. They are the ones who start unprovoked wars time after time. This is not the first war that you've imposed upon this region, or Iran for that matter. And we just saw yesterday a key American anti-terrorist official resigned, saying the truth that we all knew, but you tried to hide. And that is, Iran was no threat to the United States, and that this war was carried out because of the Israeli regime and its powerful lobby. So what I'm saying is basically what he is saying. That powerful lobby is the Epstein class.
Do you ever worry that people might struggle to take you seriously with phrases, language,
Get the fuck
conspiracy
out of
theories
here,
like that?
bitch.
Well, that intelligence officer basically said what I am saying. And I think that people don't really take you seriously. And as time goes on and you continue to help B-52 bombers carpet bomb Tehran and people in this neighborhood, and they're seriously dead. Take that seriously. They die. You don't care, but we do.
What's the
But
way out
as you
here?
do that,
What's the way
remember-
out here, Professor? How does this end? What's the way out?
A strategic defeat to the United States under Trump.
And what does that look like?
She's
You'll
mad.
see in the weeks ahead.
Is there a deal possible? Is there a chance of talks between the two sides
Nah,
at this
man.
point?
No,
No,
not at all.
no.
We will fight, and we'll hold the U.S. by the throat through the Strait of Hormuz, and we'll continue to hammer them. And if they try to do anything on the ground, then they'll really see what we can do. You mess with the wrong country. Your propaganda doesn't work anymore. And the Iranian people have shown their resolve. They'll see this through. What you've done to the Palestinian people, to the Iraqi
Okay.
people, to the
Can I ask
Cuban
you
people,
finally,
to the
because
Venezuelan people,
we are running
you
out of
can't
time.
do.
We are
you
running out
cannot
of
do
time.
to the Iranian people.
Can I ask you
cannot do
about
to the Iranian people.
the new Ayatollah? There are reports here that he is dead, that he was killed in an attack that killed his father. Have you any proof that he is alive and well?
You can make all the claims that you want. After all, that's what Western media does.
No, it's a simple
basically
question. I'm just
psychological
asking.
warfare.
I'm just asking whether there's any proof. Not everything's a trick. I'm asking whether there's any proof that he is still alive. There are some reports he's
Yes,
dead.
of
There are
course.
some reports that
Of
he's in
course.
Russia seeking treatment. Is he in the country and is he alive and well?
That's a ridiculous claim to say that he's in Russia seeking treatment, or he's dead in Iran, or he was killed already. That just shows that these are just your narratives. He's leading the country, and the U.S. empire is collapsing, and the world has turned against you, and your regime is part of the carpet bombing. You helped the carpet bombing in Tehran
Okay.
and across the country, and the world will not forget what you did. And the world
Professor-
will not forget your propagandists either.
Professor Mohammed
Nor will
Marandi,
your
Professor
grandchildren.
of English Literature in the University of Tehran. Many thanks for taking the time to join us there from Tehran.
Okay, so wow. She keeps interrupting him. Yes, it's amazing they didn't shut it down. Cut to a break or something. He's so brave. Now, I've got a few things to show you about the Strait of Hormuz. So, the Strait of Hormuz, which is why, so she was like, yeah, thanks. Okay. She's just a propagandist, right? She's just a puppet. But he got some good stuff out, right? So, the Strait of Hormuz, interestingly, is the only free trade passage, water stretch from all of the trade passages, right? While the Suez Canal, the Panama Canal, all of those places have always charged, and I'm going to go into that. But they're going to, and so despite the sanctions, the worst sanctions on the planet against a country by the United States government has been inflicted on Iran. They're trying to strong arm them, have been for 47 years. Nothing's worked. These people are very, they're survivors, right? Obviously, 6,000-year-old country, nation, civilization. So Iran has kept the Strait of Hormuz toll-free for decades, despite being vilified, sanctioned, and isolated. Egypt charges $300,000 to $700,000 per transit through the Suez Canal. Ultra-large container ships or tankers can exceed $1 million. Panama charges $150,000 to $450,000 per transit. Large Panamax ships cost up to $500,000 to pass through the Panama Canal. Turkey charges fees for the Bosporus Strait. Canada charges fees for the St. Lawrence Seaway. US charges for the St. Lawrence Seaway. But Iran is the bad country. So no more now. And now Iran is going to, but they are now. Iran is implementing, I think it's a 10%, I can't remember what, but it's going to generate, was it 37 million or 37 billion? Can't remember. A huge amount of revenue for Iran to combat the sanction, the financial impact of sanctions. And I had another thing to show. Okay, so he mentioned Cuba, right? So I don't know if you know about this, my beautiful shorty friends. But right now in the US, Cuba, which is what, 90 miles off the Florida coast, these people are being this is genocide. This is ethnic cleansing. Trump is doing this in the shadows of what's going on in Iran and South Lebanon. So power is out, food is rotting, water pumps are shut down, sewerage is overflowing in the streets. Russia tried to send humanitarian aid. Sidebar, Russia is not the bad guy, nor is China. So the allies is, if this goes much further in terms of what's happening in West Asia, it'll be Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. Right, and with support from Yemen, the Houthis, Lebanon, the Hezbollah, all of the Gulf Arabs are cucked. They're Zionists. They're crypto Jews, so which means they pretend to be not Jews, but they are Jews, or they're capitalist scum betrothed to the globalist agenda. So yeah, billions. Thank you, Pierre. So so just know that when I tell you that X, you've got to use your discernment, right? You have to discern. There's a lot of fake shit. There's a lot of hyperbole. There's a lot of AI videos. But if you use your discernment on X, that is where you're going to get your news from, right? I can't stress it enough. Let me see what else I got here while we're off video, because we've got more. So this here, I believe, is a false flag. I believe Israel did this, so-called Israel did this to the Jewish quarter of the old city in occupied Jerusalem. For the first time ever in the history of written history, the holy sepulcher, what is it? Like the holy place in Jerusalem is closed. So there's no way that Iran would bomb a place of worship or something so ancient and beautiful. This is a false flag, guaranteed. Let me make it bigger. That's what she said. There's no volume. I've got a lot of videos. Oh fuck, every time, man. That's Israel doing it to themselves, because that's what they do. They do it well. Let me see what else I got here before we move on to. I'm not sure if this is real, but I believe it is. Dubai. So when you hear things in the media or people saying, "You're welcome, Hope," as always. When you hear people saying, "Oh, Iran have hit 15 or whatever the number is," I think it's the 15 Middle East, West Asia nations in the last 3 weeks, in one day even. No, they're hitting US infrastructure. They're hitting and they're pre-warning everything. They're saying, get yourselves out of Google, get yourself out of all of the places, any banks. If you live within a kilometer of these banks in the Middle East, you have a day. Get out now. So they're trying to destroy infrastructure, because the end goal, and Professor Morandi said, no, there's no negotiations. There are no negotiations. The only way this will end is when the US presence in that area completely removes itself, which is why Iran is destroying all of their infrastructure and army, military, all of it, and completely gone. No more. No more occupation, no more colonization, no more imperialism of the Middle East or West Asia ever again. No more. We're not doing it anymore. Iran is standing up to the bullies, which is US and so-called Israel. It's a team effort. It's Trump's arm is not being bent behind his back. He's doing this. He's a megalomaniac, hegemonic psychopath, and he has in his mind nothing to lose. It's all towards that one world agenda, and the globalization. And the thing is that Israel, so-called Israel, don't care if US is out of there too, because in their delusions, so-called Israel, in their Greater Israel project, not only wants to be, has ambitions to be, plans to be, lol, delusionally, the superpower of the region, but also the rulers of the world. Okay, so it's all connected. Now, what was I going to show you? So this is so Dubai Airport. So all these what do they call them in the X spaces? Sand Jews. All of the crypto Jews, the UAE, Dubai, Bahrain, all those places are cucked for Israel. They like they're Zionists, right? So did I put this back on? No, I did not. So this is Dubai Airport. I'm not sure. I think this is real. And all of Ben Gurion Airport, which is the Tel Aviv airport, there's only one runway left there now. They've destroyed, Iran have destroyed that, the infrastructure, doing everything they can to basically, it's like, the bullies of the world in the schoolyard, right? There's the bully. And they wreak havoc on everybody. They're horrible people. They pick on one or two kids, and everyone just kind of is like, oh, I don't know, man. Iran is that one kid that's coming and going, no fucking more. No more. We're not doing it. No more. Like no more. No more. And I'm here for it. It has to be. This has to happen. This has to happen for not just for the region, but for humanity. Because the way things are going with the Epstein class, it is all connected. It's been in the works for a very long time, and it's now or never for humanity. So thank you all for being here. Now, let me go now, and we'll watch about half of this, and then we might do a song break but we're going to my beautiful friend, Sarah and Chris. Chris, less of a friend. Sarah is absolutely my friend. I'm in it's kind of cool. She's so sassy. I'm in a really tight little group chat with her and a bunch of the other axis of truth people, my people that I spend all day, my alternate community, my other loved ones. Yes. So Sarah and Chris, Simi's been coming to these streams. I'm a mod in this chat. Simi, could you please drop the link to DD Geopolitics in the chat? They do about an hour and 10, Wednesdays and Sunday nights. Time's a little bit varies. I'm a mod, but I'm often at work, so I'll be listening, pop into chat. Chris interviewed Professor Morandi just the other night, yesterday. There was a blackout in the middle of it, so the screen goes blank for a while. But I believe it wasn't even on the DD Geopolitics channel; it was on Chris's own channel. So Chris, like I said before, yeah, definitely do. You'll see. I'm going to give you a taste now because Sarah's sassy, Chris is so smart and handsome, and they've both got so much integrity and knowledge. They both served in the military. Thank you, Simi. Sarah was in the Navy. She's now on medical leave for PTSD. Complex PTSD, but she's amazing. She's such a badass. So I'm going to give you a little taste now. and I love that they were matching. Wait, you can't see that. Yikes. I don't know. They've got merch too, but I don't know if they deliver to Australia, but I'm definitely wanting one of their merches, one of their things. They got cool stuff. How do we do this? How can we make it bigger? That's what she said. So this was Wednesday night, your time, my Thursday morning, my time. So it's a couple of days old, but it's going to go in. So it's a bit more domestic stuff. We're going to talk about Tulsi Gabbard, right? Awful. So here we go.
Hello. Welcome back to another episode of the DD Geopolitics show. I am one of your hosts, the worser half. Chris is here, still broken, but never broken, but still fractured, never broken. So much is going on. I don't even know where to start. Tulsi's testifying, if you could call it that. Iran is bombing everything that has to do with energy in sight. And Americans are once again satisfied with the bullshit crumbs that people want to throw at them. So we're going to get into all of it. Greetings to, no, this is not a backwards hoodie. This is an LL Bean. I don't even know what it is. It's like a Assassin's Creed. We didn't plan this. We didn't plan this. We're just on the same vibe right now.
We're on the spectrum, so to speak.
Very much so. Very much so. I guess you're doing pretty well over there. Russia's laughing to the bank.
Russia is laughing to the bank. Of course.
So reminder here, Chris is Iranian, half Greek, half Iranian, and he lives in Russia. Sarah is Italian. She's Catholic. He's a Muslim. Sarah is, religion kind of matters these days. Just helping to get some context. Foreskin jackets. Banana. So this is them. She's on Spaces all day, every day. I can't. She's like, she comes in with breaking and everything. So their X account, which I'll drop in the chat as well. Simi's dropped this YouTube channel in the chat. Their X account is literally the only geopol account that I trust because they vet and verify everything before they post. There's a little bit of humor in there. It's she and Chris, and they have producers and stuff. I'll drop there. It's if you're on X, if you just type in DD Geopolitics, you'll get their account and follow them along because that's verified, reliable, accurate, and no propaganda. Yeah. So carry on.
I got news today. Some dear friends, like family to me, they lost family members already in Iran from the bombing. So already it's affecting people in my orbit. You know, it affects political leaders. We understand that. We are mourning them. We are going to continue.
So obviously this was a live stream, and so their chats are going to come up on the screen on the other side. So that's not us, obviously. What?
Continue on, but already it's affecting friends and family and their family members and friends.
Thank you, Simi.
That's really heavy, and I got to
keep that in mind when they start complaining about gas prices or grocery prices or austerity. That is inevitable.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this was completely unnecessary. Everybody's saying it, and it's the truth. It was completely unnecessary. This war didn't need to happen. Of course, it was manufactured, and we know why it was manufactured. But now the results are human lives. It's not only economic. There are human lives lost. Thank you for everybody in the chat for condolences and sympathies. I will make sure to relay them also. And we're here. Iran's resisting.
We continue. Speaking of which, I think we're making waves. We're very much over the target. We have some of the big fish.
Pause. Also, just so you know, a bit more context, Sarah's been the target of a smear campaign for the last 2 years. She was doxxed, and she has people that troll and come after her. There's an account called Awesome Jew, who's a not awesome, who continues to smear her. She's I think she's about 30, maybe she's about 40. I think she's a millennial. Maybe she's a bit under 40. And I just have so much love for her. She's my spirit animal.
In the Jewish community after us right now, and I love it. So if you're listening, please don't limit yourself to clipping the spaces. Please clip the streams. Okay, we need more people to clip the streams. They keep clipping things and posting them, and I keep going, okay, but I was right. Why are they upset?
I'm writing a book. I'm not writing a book. I'm sorry. I am writing a book, but I'm writing an article now on Orthodox Christianity. And
apparently they have a Substack too, which is exemplary. I haven't followed it yet, but I must. Substack is where to go. So Hope, if you type in the same DD Geopolitics and Substack, you can. They're free, and that's like articles, news articles. I must do that. What was I going to say? My brain forgot. Anyway, that
Zionism for an academic journal, a very famous one.
We need
and
that.
I'm going back, and I'm looking at notes of interviews I did with my grandparents. In retrospect, they would have been canceled by everybody, but they're sort of,
That's what I was going to say. So she's got flying monkeys too. So think about Michael Jackson, Kanye West, Princess Diana. All of these people who've been smeared by the same people. It's like if I gave a fuck, and like my flying monkeys are doing the same smearing of me. Now I don't even see it, but they're calling me a Nazi and shit. That's fine. I'm all for it. I think Adolf Hitler was the good guy. Whatever. But this is the Jewish supremacists, the Talmudic tribe. This is their modus operandi. They'll smear and lie about you. They'll institutionalize you. Britney Spears. And if and when that doesn't work, they may or may not kill you, depending on how. Like Charlie Kirk. They didn't smear him. They just got rid of him, right? JFK just got rid of him. This is what they do. Either, depending on where you are and your level of danger to their narrative, they'll either smear you or kill you, or both. So we've been talking about this a lot. So that. Oh, play.
They're reading these like Orthodox books in like the 80s and 90s, and all the books, like I have the quotations from books by some Archimandrite about the Antichrist, and it's all like the international Zionist conspiracy. And they're all just, every single text, even bishops, archbishops, everybody's saying international Zionist conspiracy. And that's going to bring the doom. That's going to bring, and you see now, and actually, I was thinking to myself, I said, if only she was alive, because she went twice on pilgrimage to the Holy Land. She never said Israel. She never referred to it as Israel, ever.
Holy Land,
yeah. And
have you noticed how I try to always say so-called Israel and occupied Palestine? I'm big on proper grammar and punctuation, right? When I'm doing my tweets and stuff, I have to go back and manually uncapitalize. Yeah, I remember now, Britt. I remember seeing you. I think I was doing my initial TED Talk rant intro. Yes, but I always uncapitalize and so-called Israel, lowercase I, lowercase J for juice, all of the above, because they don't deserve the respect. I don't know if they watch us anymore, Simi, but they watch me on Twitter, absolutely, and then rant and rave about me. Apparently, recently Holly sent me something. Excuse me. It was about a month, 3 weeks ago now. I'm like, I don't want to see this, but yeah, it still goes on. Let them. Imagine being so obsessed still. This is my magnetism. Anyway, isn't he adorable? I love Chris so much. They're both so lovely. Their chemistry is fantastic, and their knowledge is off the charts. Chris's solo streams, which he mostly always does both on his own channel, which is called Christopher Halali Official. Oh, look, there's me. Wait, can you see me? There's me on the chat here. I'll move myself. It says, as always, I'm at work, so I'll be listening and popping into chat intermittently. So his solo streams are like history and education and really in depth. No, don't bother, Simi. It really in depth. You probably didn't see that, but there's me. He's a professor. He's been a lecturer. He's like this man. These people are so well. They've got so much life experience and education. So anyway, let's go. Okay. Steph. Wow. Weird.
Now they closed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Shout out the monkeys.
They closed the church for the first
time.
We might not have Pascha services. There might not be the flame coming down.
No, they said that they will not be doing that.
You know, that's crazy because I don't know if people know that flame travels to all the patriarchates. Like it flies on a private jet to Moscow, it flies on a jet to Cyprus, it flies to Greece, it flies to Constantinople, to Belgrade, and now they're not going to do it.
Well, you know why.
But hey, Huckabee's happy over there. She's great. She's happy to see.
I'm busy making AI videos.
You know, it's crazy.
I'm glad you brought up religion because we're going to kind of touch on that in this first segment. But first, please go to the website.
Pause.
And pick up some merch. And guys, go to
Oh
Substack.
my God,
it's
when I
free.
do
Everything
that,
is free on the Substack.
Pause. I love that, Lainey. I love it. That's what I just want people to have conversations, and then if you can manage to not like me, can you imagine me trying to have these conversations? It's the flame at the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, the Holy Land, something to do like particularly in the lead up to Easter. They do a flame. We can Google it. I can look into it. I'm not sure. But I love that these conversations. If you cracking open the door to open discourse is really what I'm trying to do. Just opening minds, opening eyes, getting people to think about things from a different angle than we've been all taught to, indoctrinated to view things through the lens through which we've viewed things, which is all of it. So,
but ddgeopolitics.com, you can find the
Simmy's
Substack
like,
there,
"Fuck that, here's our
up-to-date YouTube
merch."
videos, and merch, no taxes, no shipping, no tariffs. I also made that one. So, but we're going to get into this resignation. Okay. I am sussed out by these people. Okay. I don't want to crush anybody's dreams, but I am going to.
So I presume you all know about Joe Kent, who is Tulsi Gabbard's 2IC, resigning with this very thorough, ostensibly thorough and frank open resignation letter to Donald Trump. I don't think they'll read it out, but it's out there.
Rain on a little bit of your parade, but we need to be cynical and we need to be pragmatic in times like this. So we're going to start with Joe Kent before we get to the meat and potatoes of this show. But Joe Kent, he resigned, I guess, yesterday. Who knows? It's all one big day these days.
Do you want me to read the letter? So it says, President Trump, after much reflection, I've decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center, effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from so-called Israel and its powerful American lobby, Miriam Adelson and AIPAC. Same in Australia, for the record. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East, West Asia, were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. This is the purple highlighted bit. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively, bit of glazing here, how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. Lol, that's hilarious because ISIS is Mossad and CIA funded and created. So ISIS, it's all kayfabe, right? Buster's having a dream. It's all kayfabe. It's all fake and gay. It's all false flaggy psyops. psychological operations. And if you want to know more about that, Brit shares in the Discord. Chase Hughes is doing a lot of stuff on our beautiful friend. I love him. Chase Hughes is doing a lot of stuff about we're living in a matrix. It's all a fucking psyop. So he does shortish clips, I think 10, 20-minute clips. Early in this administration, high-ranking so-called Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform. Israel first, and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. So Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who's a Chabad Lubavitch Zionist, extreme Zionist, and also Ivanka is his beard. He's her twink. He's evil. He's a fucking real estate shill. Okay, anyway, this echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the so-called Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by so-called Israel, I cannot support the selling of I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. Final paragraph. I pray that you will reflect, upon what we are doing in Iran and what we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further towards decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve in your administration and to serve our great nation. Joseph Kent. So Bussie's streaming. So that I know Sarah doesn't read it. So oh shit, sorry.
Highlighted some of the more pertinent parts. Obviously, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. Early in the administration, influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign, so on and so forth. I highlighted that one part in purple on purpose. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani, who he spells completely incorrectly, and by defeating ISIS. That was the first red flag for me. You know, I guess everybody glossed over that part and kind of just was like, yes, we got a guy on our side. Yeah, all right. And so, as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife, Shannon, in a war manufactured by Israel. So you're like a third of the way there. So your wife died in Syria, but you're glad that Qasem Soleimani was murdered by Trump? Like, you guys understand how this isn't jiving?
Oh, he's not one of us. You know that.
Here is his beloved wife. Yes, Shannon. She did lose her life in Syria. She was a Navy, I believe, officer.
I think she was an intel. Was she intel officer?
Intel. And here he is. He was also involved in some of the stuff. He's Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar also knows him, which is interesting to me as well. But I won't get into that.
But it's like a small, relatively.
Right. So they're all operators.
They're all operators, of course.
They're all operators.
Britt, it was 2 days ago. I think he resigned. This was yesterday for us. So it was, today it's Friday in America. So it was Thursday. I think he resigned Wednesday in America. So our Thursday, I think, in the last day or two.
And you and I know very well from being in the military, once an operator, always an operator. So anywho, I'm going to keep going. So obviously,
I mean, we could say the same thing about like Ari Ben Menashi, once Mossad, always Mossad, even though he's also he's close to Seymour Hersh and has done all sorts of stuff, in that realm. Who knows? At the end of the day, who knows? I'm just saying, be careful. Just always with a pinch or a bag of salt. I don't know, whatever you like.
Okay, well, I don't have his tweets. I thought the producer was going to make a collage, but I did pull some. In his older tweets, he praises the wars, loves the wars, praises Israel, loves Israel, calls Gazans Hamas, says that. And this is also incredibly important. During this whole kerfuffle, because obviously the Jews are going absolutely insane, because the new mantra is, if you're against this illegal and ridiculous war, you're an anti-Semite. We'll talk about that more in a minute. But here's a tweet after Laura Loomer obviously comes after him.
Larry,
sorry. I don't mean to misgender. But read this. Islamic terrorism is generic. We were specific in our report and focused on Al-Qaeda. I've done and will continue to do worse to Islamic terrorists and jihadis than tweet, but that's the extent you'll do. What does that mean? What are you talking about? And then he deleted it. Why did you delete it? Did you delete it because of the remark at Larry at the bottom? Or did you delete it because of the middle? Because now you got to be nicer to Muslims because you've left the Zionist flock. So that was red flag number 2 for me. I didn't like that. That didn't sit well for me after the resignation letter with the incorrect name and of Qasem Soleimani and the thanking that he was assassinated like an absolute moron. It tells me you don't know anything about what's going on, despite being deployed over there and losing your wife. You still didn't bother knowing what was going on. And you're the deputy to Tulsi Gabbard, who we're going to dig into as well. She's another mess. She's testifying today. It's an absolute travesty. I have some of his old tweets written down. In May 22nd, 2021, the Gaza Strip is controlled by Hamas, a terrorist organization that calls for the death of all Jews. Oh, okay. Let's continue. His followers did get in his ass on that tweet. So March 6th, 2024, Kushner and Trump have brought more peace and prosperity to the Middle East than any previous POTUS or U.S. diplomat. April 12th, 2024, starts to blame Biden, tries to shift this sort of blame over to Biden. October 7th, 2024. October 7th happened because Biden-Harris gave Iran access to over $100 billion.
Which isn't true, but okay, this narrative keeps, continuing.
Okay, so once again, his whole shtick is that Trump doesn't get any blame.
Mm-hmm.
Also important to note that he does have a new wife. She's also a former intelligence officer and a West Point graduate who works for American Contingency. American Contingency is a preparedness company. She also works for Gray Zone, which I thought was interesting. Maybe his change of heart comes from his new wife working with people at the Gray Zone who possess better politics than what he possessed prior to the resignation. Maybe that's the case. Let's hope. I hope.
Listen, I would judge him now on what, like tonight, I'm going to watch the interview. And I'm going to
watch it for sure.
Because for me, listen, I want to leave the door open and I believe that people can change.
Oh, so Joe Kent was on Tucker Carlson and then Scott Horton. He's been doing the rounds. If you want to see more from him and judge for yourself, I think the Tucker Carlson interview, I've heard snippets of it, was the kind of talking points. Tucker's also, in my opinion, controlled op, but still opening the hearts and minds and eyes of the normies, of the regular folk. Apparently Scott Horton challenged him a bit more and kind of called him out on some stuff, less talking point kind of narrative stuff, more frank and honest narrative discourse. So
I believe that. I believe that because people have changed in both directions on a lot of issues. But my main thing is that if you, for example, don't change on some of the other stuff, then I'm much more skeptical. If you change and then you sacrifice for that change, that's a whole different realm. That's like, for example, people are like John Kiriakou. Yeah, but he went to prison. Sure. Mordechai Vanunu went to prison. Some people went into exile. that's a whole different level, right? People who lose a lot because of their principled stance, I can understand that. People who make a career out of it and don't necessarily suffer, that's when I begin to, that's when the hairs start tingling a little bit.
Yeah, I also don't really get the warm and fuzzies from somebody who says Iran is bad, but Gaza wasn't. Like, because this feels more money motivated or save my ass motivated, because Iran is a disaster.
For sure. It could be. Absolutely. You're right. Absolutely. That's why we're here. That's what we're here to do. We're here to be critical thinkers. We're not here to just gulp down everything, as it's given.
So for Venezuela, he pressured intelligence analysts to alter an assessment of the Venezuelan government's ties to Tren de Aragua to justify Trump's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act. So he's partially responsible for Venezuela. For Gaza, he served in an administration obviously actively supporting the genocide and praised Kushner for his Middle East plans and called critics of Israel out of touch with reality. Also, do not forget, he was in the NSA this entire time, this whole buildup against Iran. So how can you sit here and say with a straight face that Trump was being pragmatic or cautious with Iran when he ripped up the JCPOA during the last administration?
Which probably would have been, which was an indication to all of us, but should have been an indication to everybody else that he was absolutely not pursuing peace. He was on the road to war. What else would have happened? No, he didn't. Remember, it was two-part. He didn't only rip up the JCPOA. He immediately went to maximal sanctions. He went on this huge campaign of pressure, really enormous pressure, more pressure than Iran's ever felt before economically. Maximum pressure campaign was what it was called. So clearly that's not a path to peace. That's a path to war.
Right. And I feel like we're doing some real weird stuff. Now, let's
Pierre, yes, Venezuela is an oil hedge, but also the second last remaining sovereign nation that doesn't have central banking, right? So they overthrew, and Maduro is being held in a New Jersey, New York, Brooklyn jail cell, tiny jail cell, reportedly being tortured to elicit a confession that he actually rigged the 2020 elections to his wife hasn't been seen or heard of, but it's all connected. Remember what we've talked about many times, how there can be more than one benefactor, someone who benefits from the outcome of a situation. So central banking is all part of the Rothschilds, one government, control our finances. So I think they're really good friends and colleagues, but Sarah's she's kind of like that. Plus she lives in Washington now, even though she's a New Jersey girl, and Chris lives in Russia. So yeah.
Think a little bit. Well, let's touch in with what Trump's thoughts are on the resignation. So this is Trump back in the day when he first talked about Kent in 2022.
But I'd like to introduce Joe to say a few words. A very incredible guy and with a tremendous future, in my opinion. Right now, he's only thinking about Congress, and maybe he'll be there for a number of years. And we don't know what's going to happen, but I think this man has a tremendous future, very special person. Thank you very much. Come on over, Joe.
Okay, so liking him. He's got a super bright future. That's great. And here he is yesterday.
Your director of national counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people.
I'm just going to interject and say Iran has had a fatwa, so a religious contract with themselves that they have no, and Iran is not an imperialist country, a nation. It doesn't have any ambition to attack anybody. They just want to live peacefully and thrive, right? Despite the sanctions and the demonization and smear campaign. So they've had a fatwa since the early 2000s, which states, and they are true to their word, right? They have no desire to attack, nor will they, nor can they, because of the fatwa, America or any nation. But remember what I told you in the beginning of the stream, that in the Quran, in Islam, if they are attacked, they will retaliate. So any wars that Iran has been drawn into, initiated by the US, engineered by the CIA, Mossad, and at the behest of so-called Israel, then they're going to respond, right? They're going to defend themselves. So
he was weak, but Trump nominated him as Tulsi's deputy. Trump's the one who nominated him. And speaking of which, we all kind of waited. We were like, where the hell is Tulsi? She finally pops up, and this is what she says, just a lip service. You know, I'd like to ask you and the viewers, but people are saying maybe in between the lines, she's kind of dissenting a bit.
Listen, if she was dissenting, she would do the principled thing and leave. She's not dissenting. What she's doing.
Excuse me, I'll read that for you. I was going to say, I was typing, but I realized it was still all caps, which I didn't need to yell it at you, Britt. All Trump does is lie. Anybody who resigns and denounces their allegiance to MAGA and Trump, he smears and distances himself from. Marjorie Taylor Greene, case in point, who he's just been disgusting towards. Carrie Pregime Bola, she's a psyop as well. So now it says Donald Trump was overwhelmingly elected by the American people to be our president and commander-in-chief. As our commander-in-chief, he is responsible for determining what is and is not an imminent threat, whether or not to take action he deems necessary to protect the safety and security of our troops, the American people, and our country. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime, and we've established, see you, Lainey. Have fun. Hi, Kevin. Shout out, Kevin Shorty. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime, so it's not a regime, it's not terrorist, and the Islamists are the co-opted, ISIS, Mossad, CIA funded. And he took action based on that conclusion. Yay, Kevin! Mwah! Lainey and Kevin. Okay, now.
The thing is, she's saving her political ass and her military career and saying, I just presented the evidence and he made the decision.
Right.
So I'm not in the decision-making seat right now. I'm just doing my duty, which, by the way, I said on my stream last night, that was the same defense given by the Nazis at Nuremberg, by the Japanese during the war tribunals in Tokyo. We were just doing our duty. You're okay, you're doing your duty, but you have ethical compass, you have a moral compass. You have some level of responsibility. You have a code that says that if the order is illegal, you have every right to not follow it.
Yeah.
If you believe that this is a war of aggression, if you believe this is a violation of international law, then you should resign. But clearly she's saying, oh, I presented the evidence and he said it was an imminent threat. But she's the one that said that not only was it a threat, Iran was not producing nuclear weapons. There was no sign. There was no intelligence in that realm.
We've played this clip before, but this is Tulsi in 2020. I won't play the whole thing because it's long, but you'll get the point.
Here are the steps that Donald Trump has taken to create a war with Iran. First, he tore up the Iran nuclear agreement.
I am announcing today that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal.
Second, he has escalated crippling sanctions against Iran.
The sanctions kicking in at midnight Sunday target Iran's oil export.
So she had no problem campaigning on peace with Iran when it came to Trump.
Muted. Apparently, she had merch that said, Chris mentioned it on his solo stream. I think it said no war with Iran when she was campaigning. So, okay.
She had no problem
There it
grifting
is.
off Iran.
It was this stream.
But now we're holding the line for Trump.
By the way, we should, so listen, I just want people to know, we are not new to this domain. Like you might think, oh, these cats, they're just out here just talking. No, let's play the clip. I met her in 2020. And I want to show you what I was doing 2 years before the special military operation, 2 years before most of the audience even knew about anything that was going on over there. Let's play the clip and I'll show you what she said.
This one, Chris Tulsi?
Yes, that's it.
My name is Christopher. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your principled stand against regime change wars and endless wars. I myself fought in Syria in 2017 with Kurdish forces against ISIS. Wow. And I want to thank you for also the legislation that you introduced, the Stop the Terrorism Act, stop funding Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra, and to really standing up to Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and all the Wahhabi Salafi jihadists. My question is, if you as a legislator and as president would stop the arming, funding, and supplying of Ukrainian neo-Nazis like the Azov Battalion and Right Sector, who are participating in the Ukrainian armed forces in their war against the people of Donetsk and Lugansk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know if you noticed, because it's very mesmerizing. I was listening, you know me, always listening. And someone in the chat, on their chat, says, bro, thank God for your haircut, with the crying emoji with the tears. He's a very handsome man. I crush pretty hard on Chris.
This is 2 years. That's why I tell people I was with the people in Donbass since 2014, baby. That's why everybody here knows me. It's not a rocket science. But I just want you to know, she answers the question by saying...
On the screen right now, I was there, it said Juju B. That's one of my friends.
She supports weapons to Ukraine for defensive purposes. That's when I stopped my support for her. That's when I stopped. Literally, I was interested. I was enamored. I said, okay, we might have somebody who believes in ending the endless wars, the regime change wars, things like that. And what did she say after I asked her, will you stop funding Azov, Right Sector, Svoboda, all these groups? And she said, no, I still believe in defensive. And that's when I realized, not only did I realize that people like her were bringing us down the barrel of the gun towards World War III, but that the special operation would have been inevitable at that point, because nobody, even she, wasn't willing to stop the flow of weapons, training, personnel, intelligence to the Ukrainian regime.
I was going to say something. Also, normally Chris wears a suit and tie. So I was really surprised when I saw him in a hoodie. He normally dresses right up. He's normally very sharp looking. Sorry, a jacket and you know, this is very casual for Chris. So imagine my surprise to just see him there with a flannel and a what's it said called? That scarf is called a kafiri. Anyway, something Palestinian.
So I just and actually somebody brings up in the chat, Ro Khanna was against funding Azov back then because it was known what was going on. But I want people to know that I took a very principled stand. I said, okay, I agree with you on Syria. I agree with you in other regime change wars. I didn't agree with her stance because she was a little bit Hindutva at the time, and she's gotten progressively worse. But I said about Ukraine, and that was the key. That was the key for me.
Well, before we absolutely eviscerate Tulsi even more, I do want to just end the Joe Kent segment. Joe Kent, the same day he resigns, announces that he's speaking at the Catholic Prayer for America, hosted by Catholic for Catholics. By the way, Catholics for Catholics is not approved by the Vatican. It is just a American whatever. And he's speaking at this thing with the likes of General Flynn, Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, Carrie Prejean Bowler. I have a real weird feeling about these Catholics who just converted. Candace recently converted. Carrie converted in 2025. Now they're doing speaking engagements after going viral. These people suss me out. I don't know about you, but it susses me out.
It's just, for me, it's interesting. I'm going to wait and see. What happens. But for me, it's just, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes we don't know.
Yeah. And this new kind of this new attack on Catholics coming from the Zionists and the evangelicals and Protestants, I feel like this group might just be grifting off of that.
It could be
like, I'm the Catholic victim.
It could be, but we know historically that anti-Catholic persecutions in the U.S. were a big deal for the KKK and for the WASP, big time. I mean, that even Kennedy, they went after him they said he was more loyal to the Pope than to the Constitution. The KKK in New England burned down more Catholic churches than attacked any blacks or Jews. So, the only attack of the KKK in my home state of Vermont was burning down a Catholic church. So it's true, the history. By the way, you remember during the confirmation, the Supreme Court nomination and confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett, it was said time because she was Catholic and part of that group, that more fringe kind of group in the Catholic Church. It was said that multiple Supreme Court justices were Catholics now, and their loyalty was in question by some of the WASP and the Republicans. I thought it was great. I really did. I thought it was great because it was her. It was it was Kavanaugh. And it was the other, I'm trying to remember who else it was. There were 3 of them on the court, or 4 that are Catholics. And that was, it was a very big fight. And people were like, we're back to this, 19th century, early 20th century conundrum. But yes.
It's a lot of hanging. There's nothing else that needs to be said. We don't have conferences. Everybody knows that Catholic teachings are against Zionism. Orthodox teachings are against Zionism. We don't need grifts.
Sure.
We don't need conferences. We don't need we don't need new converts to be the carriers of the cross. We just need people to bring Catholics together. That's it.
Listen, all you have to do is listen to an old granny and you ask her. I mean,
go ask your nana. Go ask your Irish grandmother. Go ask your Italian nana. Go ask your Spanish abuela.
Go ask who killed Jesus, and they'll tell you who killed Jesus. They'll tell you. It might not be kosher, but they'll tell you who killed.
They'll tell you. But yeah, so guys, just we're not dismissing them yet. I'm just not getting the warm and fuzzies, but that could change. But let's move on.
Let's take a moment to have a song break. I think we could, before she moves on to Tulsi. There's about 50 minutes left. Yes. So his I mentioned it before, but his solo streams are more like a lecture or a tutorial into history. What was that one last week? Fascinating, particularly for like you, Hope, and me, someone who didn't take history or didn't pay attention in history class in high school. They're very helpful. He's got such a wealth of knowledge. Now, let me just do this. Let me play the video for hurt people with the with the new video. Oh, why am I like that? Be like this? Yes, better-ish. Okay, so I love this one. This is probably my favorite one. She's great. BRB, we'll be back.
So here's the thing with narcissists, they always have to win.
They'll cast aspersions, they'll gaslight you. To them nothing's a sin. The narc, he wants to own you, your every waking thought. He'll love bomb, then disown you, cycle forevermore. But what if this is all just noise? Hurt people, hurting people, or either one of us so bad? Is either of us evil? The empath and the narcissist. Hurt people, hurting people. The narcissist, he needs to be the center of your world. And if you dare to shut him out, his mask, it's gonna fall. Just walk away, cut off his air, don't give him anything. Not gonna change, it's over, girl. Take this nothing as a win. But what if this is all just noise? Hurt people, hurting people, or either one of us so bad, or either of us evil. The empath and the narcissist. Hurt people, hurting people. Now here's the thing. With empaths, victory matters not one bit. We feel it all, yes, even his, the pain in the abyss. An empath, she can see it all from every awful angle. And those who ravage us the most are the ones we try to heal. They're drawn to us, they need our light. We shine from dusk till dawn. The most we'll do is shut you out while you are keeping score. But what if this is all just noise? Hurt people, hurting people. Is either one of us so bad, or either of us evil? The empath and the narcissist. Hurt people, hurting people. Oh, it's all just noise, forget the rest. All we can do is do our best. The empath and the narcissist, we're just two hurting grown-up kids. But what if this is all just noise? Hurt people, hurting people. Is either one of us so bad, or either of us evil? Hurt people, hurting people. The empath and the narcissist. Hurt people.
Oh my god! And wait till you see the video clip for Love Song Bullshit. Oh, I love it so much. There's so many good ones. There's Swimming in the Petty. I've got Rent Free. They're all got videos. I just got to swap them out and put them up here. I got Poppy. Got to do Shine as well. Hang on, Poppy's crazy. She's crazy. Okay, let's get back to it. There we go. I'll put this back up. So we're going to talk about not me. I'm just going to listen and fangirl. Which one? There it is. Chris and Seta. Definitely go catch their streams. They're so good. The chat's amazing. The mods are great. Tell them Shorty sent you.
Because Tulsi is, we're getting mixed messages. Tulsi's in, she's testifying today. And I actually was kind of flipping out yesterday because I was like, why are these people trying to give Trump an off-ramp? This sort of Trump is being dragged. And then the Guardian did the same thing. Well, this quote says that it proves that there was a deal on the table and Trump bombed anyway.
But further down in the article, it says, one Gulf diplomat with knowledge of the talks, we regarded Witkoff and Kushner as Israeli assets that dragged the president into a war he wants to get out of. No.
You
No.
can't absolve him effectively. Come
This
on.
is why I told you last episode we don't want Benjamin Netanyahu dying, because this is the exact shit these people are going to do.
Yep.
Taking Trump's agency away. So I wanted to set that up a little bit because here comes Tulsi. She's testifying today. We're just going to go through some clips. I haven't really watched the whole thing, but what I've seen is a mess. So let's just
It is a
play
mess.
them.
Delivered remarks. You chose to omit the parts that contradict the president. The president continues to say as well that he had no idea, was shocked that the Iranians had moved to take over the Strait of Hormuz. Did you provide any intelligence that would say that it would be that it was not likely that the Iranians would try to move on the strait?
I'm not aware of those remarks, and I think those of us here at the table can point to the fact that historically the Iranians have always threatened to leverage their control over
But why would the
Strait
president
of
say he was
Hormuz.
amazed?
I'm not aware of those remarks.
What about the comments the president made that thought that he was surprised again? Reports.
Nobody really knows anything.
I'm not aware of those comments.
I just got a message. Brent Crude is at 111. God help us all. Well, we'll talk about why in a minute after we get through.
We're on the move, baby. We're on the move.
What is this one? This is just I don't know if this is an intelligence failure. I'll let you guys be the judge.
Now, on Monday, Madam Director, Donald Trump was asked about Iranian strikes on the Gulf states. He said, and I quote, no, the greatest experts, nobody thought they were going to hit the Gulf states. You all are supposed to be the greatest experts. That's what we have you there for. Director Gabbard, did the intelligence agencies assess that Iran could conduct strikes on our own partners in the region if it was attacked?
The intelligence community has continued to assess the potential threats to the region, the existing threats to the region, and providing those assessments to the policymakers and decision makers.
I believe Iran and every analyst in the world all told us that the strait would be closed and they would bomb the oil and gas fields.
Iran literally, it hasn't been hidden. It's been in plain sight.
Well, Mossad is our only intelligence out there, so maybe they just didn't know. This one is going to blow your mind. This is a longer one. Maybe I'll wait for that one till the end. So this is Tulsi finding out about ICBMs.
However, the intelligence community assesses that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Pakistan have been researching and developing an array of novel, advanced, or traditional missile delivery systems with nuclear and conventional payloads that put our homeland within range.
Honey, the homeland's been in range since the 50s. What's wrong with you? Have you ever heard of an intercontinental ballistic missile? How about a submarine launched ballistic missile? How about a cruise missile? What is wrong with these people? Like, they're saying things as if people are so stupid. Like, hello, we had a whole Cold War. The Russians had the biggest atomic bomb ever, Tsar Bomba.
Tsar Bomba.
It's like, it just drives me nuts. Of course, we have names for all SS-18, SS-9, SS-22. We see them on the parades, May 9th. Now in the fall, remember in China, all the missiles are out there. DF-10, DF-4. Kim is out there with his missiles. Like, what is so novel about we have intelligence? Well, of course there should be intelligence. There's been intelligence for the past 70 years about this.
Well, not to mention, you gave and monitor Pakistan's nuclear program. What are you talking about, you Hindufa weirdo? Like, what are you even saying?
Clearly, she didn't say India, which gives you listen, everything and every unspoken thing is also an admission. She didn't say India, even though India is also building intercontinental ballistic missiles. But no, and it only proves the point that yes, India's in BRICS. Yes, India is part of the global south, but India's political establishment under Modi is firmly within the camp of the US, Israel, NATO. They are. They like to play both sides, but they are. That's the camp that they're at.
Here is Tulsi on whether Iran has been, this says decimated, I'll say obliterated.
The IC assesses the regime in Iran appears to be intact but largely degraded due to attacks on its leadership and military capabilities. Its conventional military power projection capabilities have largely been destroyed, leaving limited options. Iran's strategic position has been significantly degraded. The US-led maximum pressure campaign and snapback of European sanctions added additional pressure to an already bleak Iranian economy, resulting in mass protests earlier this year that Tehran suppressed by killing thousands of protesters.
So, to those people who were yelling at me yesterday that in between the lines Tulsi was dissenting, does this sound like dissent?
Doesn't sound like dissent to me.
And here they ask her about obliterating nuclear sites.
Mr. Director Ratcliffe, you just described the specific campaign that the president is engaged in, the country's engaged in with respect to Iran. I think the campaign has been one, in my view, without a specific rationale for the American people. 19 days into President Trump's unauthorized war with Iran, and by which I mean there has been no congressional approval. At least 13 American service members are dead and many others are injured. Yet President Trump has offered no credible justification for an imminent threat, no clear goals, no strategy or timeline. His message keeps changing, I think, in really damaging ways. President Trump said Iran's nuclear facilities had been, quote, totally obliterated in June 2025. But when he launched this latest war, he said we need to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat of those totally obliterated nuclear facilities. President Trump has threatened to seize Iranian oil and demanded our allies reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He said that I'm demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory because it's their territory. It's the place from which they get their energy. By the way, he wasn't just asking for our allies to protect or to bail them out in the Straits of Hormuz. He was asking China to bail them out in the Straits of Hormuz. And then he said, maybe we shouldn't even be here at all because we don't need it. We have a lot of oil. And he said, we do not need the help of anyone. President Trump has declared we've won the war. We won it in the first hour. But then he said, we're not leaving until the job is finished. He said that there is practically nothing left to bomb, but then threatened to bomb Iran again, quote, just for fun. I think words that probably have never come out of a military leader in the history of the United States of America.
Outrageous.
It shouldn't come out of the mouth of a civilian leader. President Trump said he will end the war when I feel it in my bones. And anytime I want to end it, it will end. But, Director, the war is not ending. It is escalating with thousands of U.S. Marines reportedly sailing toward Iran on an unclear mission, a mission that's become less clear over days, not more clear.
We're fucked. People in the comments, am I supposed to be confused? Yes.
Yes. Yes. There's
and Tulsi's not resigning in all of this. Should tell you everything you need to know.
There are no objectives. There is no clear outlook. There is no clear perspective. There are numerous objectives and perspectives from various factions of things they want. Someone Pahlavi, someone Rajavi, someone regime change, someone a moderate, someone this one, someone the micro penis. I don't know. But what I will say is this. We are staring down the barrel of major escalation. Like the attacks today and things like that. I mean, we're going to get into it. But there's some serious stuff. And meanwhile, we have Aloha over there. Oh, Aloha in Hawaiian. Yeah, Hawaiians would have thrown your ass out. Because first of all, they were colonized too. They know what it's like when the Americans come. I guarantee you I can find a couple indigenous Hawaiians who are going to put their support behind Iran over the U.S. They know what? Iran didn't colonize them. U.S. did. But in any case, we really have no fucking idea what we're doing. The U.S. has no idea. And people are saying random things. Random things. Nuclear program. We obliterated it. It's destroyed again. Okay, so
They're
now
rebuilding.
missile program. They're rebuilding it already. Missile program. We destroyed most of them, but they're rebuilding. UAVs, and the goalpost keeps changing.
Yep.
The goalpost keeps changing constantly. There's nothing stable or in any way firm, foundational about any of this. This was all done on a whim. This was all done like Trump was. I believe that Trump did it willingly, but I also believe that everybody cooked up a nice recipe here for him.
I agree.
We're gonna do it. Don't forget, he's an older guy. Listen. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna fuck him up. We're gonna, they spoke in his language.
Yeah.
Burgers, blue jeans. We're gonna go in there. Fuck yeah, America with Israel. We're gonna bomb them all, and it's gonna be over. Yeah. Now what? By the way, have you seen the videos? By the way, have you seen the videos of the funerals?
Yeah.
There's hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people on the street around the country.
Mm-hmm.
There's no regime change happening at this point. Zero. Negative regime change now. So I don't know what they plan on doing.
And even, they've actually, I almost think that I don't want to get too down in the rabbit hole, but I think a lot of this was the plan of Israel. Like, we want them to calcify. We want them to consolidate power, and we want to continue this because I don't think that regime change is the goal. I think a complete annihilation of the Iranian people is the goal.
Mm-hmm.
Trump has said it.
Amalek.
Yeah, absolutely. They're saying it again. They said it. They had guys. If you don't follow Chris Meehan, I think it is InfoLib News. He watches all the Jewish conferences, so you don't have to. They had another one yesterday where this older woman is telling them, "Don't forget what Amalek did to you. You must annihilate all of them: the men, the women, the children."
I'm Amalek. I'm proud. Come get me.
Menahan.
So Amalek. There's an amazing documentary called "We Are Amalek" by Don Documents. He's dead now, interestingly, exposing. So in the Talmud, in Judaism, Amalek is Edom. Edom is Rome. America is the new Rome. Amalek must be destroyed. This is their eschatology. So when they say, I'm Amalek, we're like whatever, like we don't want to be a part of this Zionism, this global Jewish supremacy agenda. If we're Amalek, right? So that's what that is. Well, I'll see whether I can dig up something. We might even watch that documentary. It's good. I haven't watched all of it actually. We Are Amalek.
Thank you very much, Colette. Chris Menahan. It's InfoLib News. I remember the watermark, but I'm not good with people's names. So thank you for that. That is a great account. We use his videos often, but he watches some of the stuff that you don't deem necessary, and then you see it and you're like, oh my God. So yeah, here's the long Tulsi clip. This is the one that's going to make you rip your eyes out. So it's 3 minutes. So just bear with me. If it gets too much, I will stop it.
Under the law, you are responsible for providing national intelligence to the president, correct?
Yes.
And to the heads of executive branch departments and agencies, yes?
Yes.
And to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and senior military commanders?
Across the IC, yes.
And to the Senate and the House and relevant committees, correct?
Yes.
And the law states that the national intelligence you provide to Congress, quote, should be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations, correct?
Yes.
And you noted in your opening statement you're here fulfilling a statutory responsibility and that your testimony, quote, represents the IC's assessment of threats,
That's right.
correct? That opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False.
And
This
he
is the
made that
worldwide. This is the
determination.
worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. You've stated today that the intelligence community's assessment is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that, quote, there had been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president.
Here's the problem.
She cannot answer. Just yes or no. It's not that hard. Obfuscation.
On a volume
No,
of
it is
information
precisely
that he receives.
it is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing.
I love when lawyers go after, because you can tell that this is like a law. It's like a, you know, it's like a hearing. It's like a courtroom proceeding. But he's drilling her. He's turning her into a fucking pretzel.
Yeah. That's Tulsi. I'm sure there's more coming out. Yeah, she did fail. These people need to be held accountable. These people think they're going to make exits and then go and do another political career. Joe Kent can seriously go fuck himself off into the dustbin of history as he cheered on the genocide in Palestine, but now the Iran is a bridge too far. I'm not doing this with these fucking people. I'm literally not doing this. I'll accept that they didn't know what side to be on with Russia, Ukraine. I'll accept that, even though it makes me sick. But Syria, Gaza, Iran are the litmus tests. If you don't pass all three, into the dustbin of history with you. That's it. Like I'm done with these fucking people, and they shouldn't be running for any more offices. They shouldn't be doing any more speeches. I don't even know how to hold Tulsi accountable in that role. Somebody asked if I know that Hegseth is impeachable. I don't know what.
No, I don't think Tulsi is. No.
Yeah. But yeah. Well, they'll all be feeling the heat a little bit.
Listen,
much more so.
You know what the responsibility is? The responsibility is that everybody watching this and everybody in the US, whenever they go public speaking or things like that, to hold them accountable. When they ask for open questions, you go up there and say, what the hell were you doing when you launched this illegal aggression? You're a war criminal. Call them out. Don't let them sleep comfortably. Call out their bullshit. You know, there's a great moment, I don't know, it exists somewhere, when George W. Bush's policy advisor came to Dartmouth College. I think it was 2019. I was a student at the time. It was about 6 months before the Tulsi clip we just aired. And she came to talk about pro-life. And I stood up at the end and I said, you are not pro-life. You don't give a damn about children because you didn't care about children in Iraq. You let 500,000 die. You let another million suffer malnourishment. So many were killed in the war. You don't give a fuck about children. You only care about white children and white elite children. You don't care about any other children in the world. And people started booing, clapping. The police came. But you know, it was so, you could tell that she was totally like, she had lost her center. She was like sweating and she needed to get out of there and things. Don't let them go on. Don't give them a platform and just let them pontificate some bullshit to get another paycheck. Hold them accountable because the truth is there. You do not have to be a rocket science. You just have to follow the news. Just follow what we're saying. This is what you have to do. You have to hold them accountable. And you know, the police came. I said, look, I didn't harm her. But I'm going to speak my truth here. I'm not going to let her get away coming to an academic institution, and we're not going to have an opposing viewpoint. Oh no, it's not going to happen. All of you have that responsibility as well.
Agreed. Let's check in with the disasters known as the carriers right now. So
Back
I
to
don't
war
have the
news.
map, but it is on the large account. It's not important because it is the 18th right now, but on the 15th, the Lincoln that we talked about that the other day, the Lincoln had to pull back behind the mountain range in Oman, and we had the Ford transiting south through the Red Sea. It had already done its Suez transit. I believe this was from the Times, New York Times, maybe the Wall Street Journal. It's the same friggin' magazine. They're coming out and letting us know that laundry fire on the Ford was quite an evolution, 30-hour evolution to put that fire out. Over 600 sailors and crew members. I don't know what crew members would mean. There's only sailors on the boat. Had lost their beds and have since been bunking down on floors and tables. That means that their belongings are gone. Their lives are gone. So we're dealing the 600. It's over 10% of the entire carrier. Okay, so that's a disaster. Greek media came out yesterday and said they're returning to Crete. So we've got the Lincoln hobbling along, possibly being hit. And now we have rumors. These are just rumors. It's Greek media, but they would know first if the Ford is pulling into their ports.
Yeah.
Also, Greek media reporting that the blaze may have been caused by crew members to terminate. They are on an extended deployment. We went over that last week. Again, this is unverified, the mutiny part. But I would be inclined to believe that they might limp back to Greece.
And it should be noted that Kathimerini, which means daily or every day, is one of the records, the newspapers of record in Greece. It's the biggest and most prominent. It's like the New York Times.
Right,
Greece.
and they would definitely know about the port visit before we would.
Yeah.
So there's that. And guys, we talked about this before. The Ford was on the longest of the deployments. It's supposed to go home first. We have the Lincoln that's now either damaged or it's at least hiding. And the Bush is trying to deploy, and the Bush was supposed to relieve the Ford.
Yep.
So it's a really big mess out there. And Trump is talking about doing a military operation to secure the Strait of Hormuz. But here's Caroline Levitt today, I believe.
Ooh.
We'll judge by the size of her lips.
On a truth that was sent out earlier today, 7:22 a.m. Eastern Time. I wonder what would happen if we, quote, finished off what's left of the Iranian terror state and let the countries that use it, we don't, be responsible for the so-called strait. That would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast, President DJT. Has there been any movement overnight?
I'm just going to pause for a sec because Fox News not sure about copyright strike, but it's, I can't really, bold of me to pass judgment on anyone else's lips, but lol, they're big. That's what she said. Sarah is savage. She's savage in spaces. Honestly, if you all are looking for something to listen to and watch, and there's no trial that you want to watch at the moment, I don't know, man. Trust me when I tell you that listening to the spaces that I'm in, and Sarah's often in, she's not always in on the panel, is riveting and so educational and entertaining, community building, if you want something different. But yeah, also she's pregnant, isn't she? Isn't she the one that's pregnant? Or is it the other one, the other blondie, the Mar-a-Lago face? Gross. Anyway, what's her answer? Can she speak?
On behalf of our allies that have softened their position about going through the Strait of Hormuz?
Not overnight, but the president and his team, especially Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rubio, continue to be in touch with their counterparts in Europe and, of course, our allies in the Arab engulfed region to step up and do more to help the United States in securing the Strait of Hormuz.
When I was listening to this, I was thinking, what happened to eloquent? I mean, Trump's whole, you don't call it cabinet, do you? In Australia, we call it cabinet. His whole bunch of people is just, they're just beauty queens, pageant queens, and Trump's selection of females, at least for his staff, whatever the word is based on not whether he did or has fucked them, but whether he'd consider them fuckable.
This is to their benefit more so than it is to the
Did you see that? Hormuz. It was Hermoose. Hormuz.
Benefit of the United States. Thanks to President Trump, we are a net exporter of energy. We don't need the Strait of Hormuz for our energy here at home.
Hormuz.
For the American people, of course, we
Where's
want the
your
Strait to be
dicks?
open for the global oil market and to stabilize prices and bring them down again. And we have options the military has options to continue doing that. But the president is right to call on our allies to step up to do more. You know,
Step up, allies. Do more.
It's like, is that blue steel? What is that? I don't know. I can't take my eyes off of her face anytime I see her. They're getting exponentially bigger.
She's been Mar-a-Lago.
She's protesting the strait closure. Every day the strait is closed, I'm getting fillers.
She's been Mar-a-Lago. That's it.
And she didn't look like that at all. She's like a corn-fed, very all-American white girl.
Yeah,
Fire.
well, By the way, we do have our beloved comrade in the chat saying that, yes, it is true. Kathy Marini is pro-government, like Mitsotaki's government, pro-EU, pro-NATO, and right-wing. But in any case, it is a very large and big newspaper. Everybody knows it outside of Greece. But yes, it has an agenda, just like the New York Times and Washington Post have their agendas too.
So we can't get any straight answers about the strait, no pun intended, not from Caroline Lips-Levitt or Tulsi or Trump or anybody. But we do get pretty accurate predictions and warnings from Iran. So, recently they told the Gulf energy sites, you better get your asses out of there. And my spirit animal, who I still don't know his name, can we please get his name? Here he is this morning, I believe.
این هشدار قاطع و خط و نشان برای جنایتکارانی است که تعرض به بخشی از زیرساخت‌های سوخت و انرژی ایران در جنوب کشور داشتند. در نتیجه این اقدام زیرساخت‌های سوخت، انرژی و گاز مبدأ تهاجم در اولین فرصت در آتش می‌سوزد و به خاکستر تبدیل می‌شود. به ارتش بزدل و متجاوز آمریکای جنایتکار و رژیم وحشی و کودککش صهیونیستی اعلام می‌کنیم. ناگزیر هستید سربازانتان را به آب انداخته و حیثیتتان را به باد بدهید. گلوی فرماندهان و سربازان شما زیر چکمه رزمندگان اسلام است. در سردرگمی راهبردی پیش رویتان واقعیت جریان صحنه نبرد مشخص است. به رخدادهای اعجاب‌انگیز فکر کنید. با سناریوی پیروزی آمدید، در حالی که در اتاقهای فکر زیرزمینی و مخفی به دنبال راهکار حفظ و بقای خود می‌گردید. دوران قلدری شما تمام شده است. تنها پناه شما برای گریختن از ضربات عملیات کوبنده ایران مقتدر خروج از منطقه یا انتخاب مرگ است. و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
For those who don't know, that is General Ibrahim Ghaffari, and the Al-Ghaffari family are, somebody said, channeling inner Yemen. The Ghaffari family are very big in Iran and Yemen. They're historically a link between the two countries. So there are a lot of Ghaffaris in Iran and a lot of Ghaffaris that I know personally in Yemen when I was there in Sana'a last year. So just so you know, there's the history.
So when Steph, ages ago, you asked me what's Hezbollah, and I said Hezbollah is the Lebanese resistance movement, and in occupied Palestine it's Hamas, and in Yemen it's the Houthis.
Historic link between the two, and
All
yes,
the
he is
good guys.
channeling his
Not
inner Yemen, which is amazing. He's amazing, really is.
So this was in response. This is a strike on South Pars in Iran.
Oof, that's the oil refinery.
Now, we do know that when they first started striking the oil refineries, USA kind of said, no, we don't really want to strike the oil refineries. We're trying to avoid a total worldwide catastrophe, but Israel apparently struck it anyway. This morning, I'm hearing that the United States isn't given targeting anymore. The Israelis are giving targeting.
Oh, so, and probably they're not even giving targeting from their own analysts. They're using AI.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. They're using Israeli AI.
Which means that what they're doing is actually they're putting in all names and locations that are mapped on, and geolocated. And then basically they put it through an algorithm, and the algorithm says, For example, it says military or police or this or that, and it just adds it to the target list. It could be like police surplus store, and it's going to get bummed.
And
You know,
also,
or
like, I
military
just want to
surplus.
put into perspective how badly Israel is losing. Like, this reminds me a lot of the SMO. These like weird little like victories. Like, they'll post a video where they bomb one guy, and it's like, oh, we killed a Basij, and it's like there's millions of them. You killed one, and they're like, we destroyed a Basij headquarters, and I'm like, there's 50,000 of them. What do you mean we're gonna have to drop 50,000 bombs? Like, this is just not sustainable. But like we said, Iran promises made, promises kept. Let's check in with Saudi. I'll also check in with Qatar.
Qatar.
You thought things were bad. Omani crude hit $152 today. They have already called Iran and said, we want to make a deal. Saudi is bugging out. Here's UAE, actually.
Yeah.
Qatar is bugging out. They're bombing our gas fields. Here are the United States gas prices. This is from this morning.
They're temporary.
Oh, very, very. Look at yesterday.
I just want to remind you that in Australia, the equivalent US dollar per gallon price for us, it's about $9.70 a gallon for regular unleaded gas, and for diesel, it's now up over 11 US dollars a gallon. So you got a ways to go.
It's already up almost 10 cents. It's up 5 cents from yesterday alone. It's up $1 from a month ago. $1. That's huge.
So 3 weeks ago in Australia, I don't know, man. That's probably, I don't know how much. A few weeks ago, the day before, a few days before the war. So I guess that's 3 weeks ago, before Jumerica and Israel bombed the school in Minab, and killed 165 plus 7 to 12-year-old girls, military daughters, yes, and 14 or more teachers. Double tap. We watched that last week. Petrol in Melbourne, like at my normal regular servo gas station, was $1.59 a litre Australian, which I don't know conversions, but now it's holding okay, surprisingly, in Melbourne at least. I've seen higher prices, but in Melbourne now the same regular unleaded is $2.30 Australian a litre, so almost $1 more in Australia. It's the diesel which is going up crazy, half a tank. Yeah. You got $1.39? I've got a fuel card, so it doesn't really impact on me, but it's going to impact on, and I don't have a car. It's going to absolutely affect like the diesel. Diesel's up to $2.80 a litre now, which is ridiculous. It's going to affect so many things. Yeah. My tank to fill it up was 160 from, don't think the petrol light was on, but almost empty, to full was 160. Suck it, boss. Anyway, yeah. 160 Australians, about 140. No, wait, 120 USD total.
That is huge. I'm sorry for the country that was so, elections were decided on gas prices. There you go.
Look at WTI crude. Look at Brent crude, 111. That's crazy town.
Wow.
So and also NASA has confirmed these strikes on the oil and gas fields. This is only going to get more severe because I don't know that Qatar, I know UAE will not make a deal with Iran.
No,
And
God,
I don't think Qatar will either. Saudi would be the first of those three, I would say. Oman, of course. Oman and Iran have a fine relationship usually.
Yeah, no.
So Brits $2.39 per liter is the equivalent of almost $10 US a gallon. I've been doing the conversions. There's 3.764 liters in a gallon. And the conversion rate, you haven't checked lately, but the US dollar dropped a little for us. So it doesn't sound like it's going up when I give the conversion. It's hovering around that $9.60 to $10 a gallon. But that's our prices are going up. But because of the conversion rate, because the US dollar is starting to fail, and like $800 billion was wiped off the stock exchange, the US, like the trades, in a day. I think that was on your Wednesday. I can't remember. I'm not a tech bro.
I can't imagine. Bahrain might do it just to appease their population because of the Shia-Sunni divide. But who knows? Yeah.
Is Urals on here? There's Omani. It was at 110, but it did hit 150. And there's Dubai, 110. Urals crude, big up to Russia, is at 110. Russia's budget is only for Ural crude to be at $58.
Oh, Russia's getting a windfall from this. No doubt about it.
NAFTA must be losing their absolute minds.
No, yeah.
Also, I wanted to make a special note about this. The Ras Laffan, this supplies like 30% of the world's natural gas.
Correct.
This is Europe. This is a huge.
So this is from two days ago. It's Friday in the States, late Friday. This was Wednesday night, so 36 hours ago. Since then, Israel have conducted a false flag on Bahrain, I can't remember, somewhere, one of the Gulf Arab states, liquid natural gas, LNG plants. So it's fucking game on. This is old news now. Things have escalated. So the Sunday night DD Geopolitics show, put your notifications on and 100% watch it. I'll be there in chat listening and watching. Chris and Sarah, they'll give you all the updated stuff, the most important stuff. So this is if you want to stay on top of things, because this is real world consequences. This is proper, right? And so as the gas prices go up, as diesel and particularly diesel, and also China has shut down all fertilizer exports, no fertilizer. And they supply most of the world's fertilizer. So now for you guys in the Northern Hemisphere, with spring coming on, there will be a food shortage because farmers can't, afford to fuel their equipment, their farm equipment, and nor can they fertilize their crops anyway. And there's fuel shortages in Australia also. So this is all by design. This is we are Amalek wanting to destroy the Greater Israel Project and the Talmudic tribe, wanting to destroy and depopulate. Remember that slide I showed you ages ago about the Agenda 2030 and the depopulation of the world? 2/3, according to the Talmud, two-thirds of the global population must die. COVID was the beginning of that. If you want to do any research at all into cancer rates, blood clots, heart attacks, the vaccine injured is off the charts. That was the beginning of it. Life expected, fertility rates. This war, this is the world war doesn't have to just be bombing and missiles and God forbid, boots on the ground hand-to-hand combat. This is honestly, Vance will be worse. The ball is already rolling. This isn't a Trump thing. This isn't a Republican Democrat thing. This is a globalist, Jewish supremacy, 100, 200, 2,000 years in the making situation. And they want to, you guys in America, your food is so fucking shit, like, no offense, it's horrifying, the poisons that are in all of your food, in your air, in your water, but they want us sick, dumb, fat, broke, debt enslaved, apathetic, and just marching to the beat. And what they're going to do, the globalist agenda, is to give us all of this disaster, give us all of this warring stuff, world war, governments, and terrorism, and all this shit. This is all manufactured. They give it all to us, and then someone, I'm not sure who it's going to be. I don't know who the savior, the one world government savior, is going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Jared Kushner, actually. Will come in and go, here you go, humanity. You don't like all of this? Here is your solution. It's manufacture and create the division, create the dissent and the fear, and then provide a solution. And at this point, in terms of digital ID and censorship and laws in place already, and then the manufactured consent is the masses go, yes, please save us. We'll do anything to stop all this turmoil and chaos in the world, around the world, globally, and one world government. This is all by design. So, yeah. So Britt says, FYI, farmers who grow produce for the big supermarkets have to use certain fertilizers instructed by the supermarket companies too. Yeah, man. So, I mean, knowledge is power, and I don't think we, the people around the world, can necessarily do anything at this point. But I do think that Iran, what's happening in Iran, is the only way to stop this, right? And it's not, none of this is going to stop. It's only going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. I'm not trying to black pill, it just is. But for our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren, for humanity to have a life that's worth living, this is necessary. Okay.
Huge node in the Asian, I want to say South Asian, like subcontinent, and Europe.
So I can't stress enough how important it is to stock up on whatever you can. Don't be greedy. Don't but be mindful. Do what you can now. Have some cash. I'm not kidding. Have some cash. If you've got everything in savings or investments or in the bank account, get some cash. Stock up on some things. If you're a gun person, stock up on ammunition. Because when people start, let's throw our minds to 6 months in the future, because this is not going away anytime soon. 6 months in the future, when people are hungry and angry and terrified, people will do crazy things because they're desperate. Desperate times call for desperate measures. So make sure you have what you need to feel safe as possible. There it is. Yes, so Pinos. Do whatever you can to make sure you and your family and prepare your family. Don't scare them. Friends and family. You don't need to scare anybody, but just forewarned is forearmed. And trust people have been poo-pooing me, like thinking I've been fear-mongering, and like this is all I do all day, every day, is think about this, listen to really amazing minds, have these global minds, regular people talking about this, all of this, hive mind, people pulling their ideas and talking through this, what might be next. And so I only impart what I can to you all at a pace that I think you all can cope with, and that I can, like, I'm still learning too. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, but do what you can as best you can, the things that are within your locus of control. Even if it's, sharing things, watching these streams. So, because when we're indoctrinated and dumbed down, maybe it feels safer, but it's not safer, because when the shit really hits the fan, like really hits the fan, and it is going to, those people with their blinkers on and they're willfully, ignorantly turning their eyes away and like, la la la, I don't want to know. And Pierce says, dude, my power just went off because of a local fire. And my youngest asked if she should bring wood in for the wood stove. So proud. She's a sweetie. I loved seeing her last week on our call-in show. Josh, thank you for subscribing and thanks for coming on in. Been listening, appreciate the perspective. Thank you so much. We're doing this sort of stuff tomorrow night. We're talking about Tartaria, which feels a little fantastical, but holy shit, it's not. It's all connected. Got a whole playlist of these kind of conversations. It's history, mystery, and all that jazz. I'm going to change the name of it, but look for it. There's a playlist with about 10, I guess, episodes of this false flag stuff. And the cognitive dissonance is going to be painful. I get it. I spoke at the start about the confronting nature of opening your mind's eye and allowing yourself to accept, like, it's all been a lie. Like, it's all been a lie. All of it. Like, all of it. And I do believe that the history of the old world, what we're discovering in our Tartaria series, is the biggest lie we've been told of them all. It makes Adolf Hitler and the Holocaust or COVID seem like a cute little white lie, right? So we continue to learn and together and be here for each other. And remember, there's great things. I said, Teresa messaged me the other day and I just replied today, but just to see how I was doing. And I'm like, you know what? It's kind of the weight of the world is heavy right now. And being a realist, but I still am appreciating the smell of a rose, a cat in a window, good food, good wine, good people. So I love you all so much. Let's see if we can wrap this thing up here on DD Geopolitics. Make sure you're subscribed and stay on top of what's happening with some really calm, sensible, but honest people in Chris and Sarah.
Gas supply. So if Russia's not going to give Europe gas, nobody's gonna.
And also we got to mention, I'm sure we will, but we got to mention the fertilizer industry.
Oh, here we go. Lisa, keep listening.
Fertilizers, a lot of fertilizers are made from petroleum byproducts and some of the chemicals that are retrieved from petroleum extraction and refining processes. So a lot of the fertilizers, the synthetic fertilizers that we use for major big ag, they're getting hit. And we just got news today. There's going to be a Substack, I believe, on our DD Geopolitics, I was told, an article. We already have an article about China and the fertilizers. We're going to have another one about this knock-on effect that hopefully will be out in the next day or so. But what you're looking at is knock-on effects, fertilizers, 70%, somebody's saying, of fertilizers. It's an enormous quantity. It's an enormous sum of fertilizers. Now imagine we are just getting into the growing season. It's March 19th. We're now turning to spring. So you need fertilizers for those fields. You're going to need...
Lisa, keep listening. Lisa, keep reading. Keep reading, Lisa. Anyway, at least my recall's good, all right?
Fertilizers for the corn, the soy, the wheat. And where are people going to turn? Where are people going to turn for fertilizers? China's blocking its fertilizers. Fertilizers aren't getting through in large quantities. Refining and production factories are getting hit. We're going to have not only a knock-on effect to food, we might have food scarcity. I hope people are aware of this. This is literally, you don't have to have World War III with just nuclear weapons or weapons of mass destruction. This is a war also in terms of the scarcity of major resources that are critical for human survival. Petroleum products, food, you name it. These are going to be huge knock-on effects.
Also helium. Helium is needed to make chips, so we'll be facing a chip shortage again, etc.
Okay, so Ari, the message that Sarah's just put on the screen, or their producer, you can message us on Telegram for tips. I can't work out how to do geopolitics bot. I can't work out how to get into their Telegram, but because I'm a Gen X boomer, but a lot of the stuff that their big account, the DD Geopolitics Twitter account, posts, there's even more sort of grassroots information that maybe isn't suitable for the censorship, as in censorship of freedom of speech on that Twitter, the constraints, the guardrails that Twitter puts in. So if you're a Telegram person, and definitely the Substack, I'm going to do that when we get off the stream and do some proper reading. So Josh says, I'm definitely doing my garden this year. I missed last year because work and family stuff. I feel you, Josh. I used to have a veggie garden. There is nothing better than homegrown vegetables. They taste amazing and it's so beautifully satisfying. Get in once the frosts have ended. I'm not sure what area you're in, Josh, but get in and get your planting done and plant, to have a surplus. And if you can work out how to preserve things or dry things, it could be that come winter time, and I don't want to fearmonger, but next winter for you all in the States, food scarcity is a real issue, and perhaps all the pre-packaged poisonous shit will still be there because they want us. They're poisoning, particularly in America. I can't stress enough how bad your everything. Make your own mayonnaise. See if you can find eggs that are farm fresh eggs. Source from your butcher or direct from a farm for meat. Please try to not eat anything that's in a box with an ingredient listing or a foil or a plastic packet. It's not they're actively poisoning us through that shit, and the marketing, it's addictive. Mayo's amazing. I made my anyway. Back to it. Oh, she says,
et cetera, circuit boards, all of those things. So, I mean, Americans will be fine. We eat yoga mats and styrofoam for the most part. Our food is so processed. It's literally just like chemicals and entrails. So
a lot of those chemicals come from petroleum products. So just
we eat a lot of petroleum. So
it's gonna be Venezuelan. So perfection, like the meme, perfection, That's it.
So
it's gonna be Venezuelan.
We are so cooked. Americans have no idea. Europeans have already been dealing with the taste of it. Americans have no idea. Some people are feeling the crunch. They're saying,
I have a friend, Heidi, who lives in Thailand now, but she used to be in Washington. She used to rub shoulders with all of the diplomats and government people, and now she lives in Thailand. And when she was living in the States, she had a friend come from Syria, because Heidi is of Syrian descent, and a friend came over to visit, and they went out for lunch, and the friend ordered a salad, and it had supposed cucumber in it in the States. She took a bite and she was like, what is this? And Heidi was like, that's cucumber. And she was like, pushed it away. I mean, it's been 15 years since I was in the States, but even then I was horrified by what restaurants provided as food variety. So
my energy
cook
bill
your
is
own
insane.
food, please.
I know people in South Carolina complaining gas is already at $4 there. I haven't even been out
From
today. It's
scratch.
probably at 6 where I am because I'm up in the Washington State on an island. So I mean, it's only going to get more intense and much, much worse. This morning, this was posted by the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament.
Yeah, Ghalibaf. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful words. we want to take a moment to talk about the loss of Larijani. For some reason, this one really grabbed my heart.
Look at his
I
beautiful
really
warm
had
face.
a soft spot for Mr. Larijani. So I wanted to take a second to say how much of a loss it was for not just Iran, but the entire international community. A voice of reason, an incredible, I mean, this is his bibliography. Could you imagine Trump trying to read any of these books, let alone write any of these books? Like, why are we, like, it's unbelievable. And so when we talk,
my favorite is reason and tranquility in governance. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about the man that the West, the global West, the global North, the West, mainstream media, legacy media, Jew media, the smearing of him, calling him a tyrannical terrorist leader who was responsible for the death of 50,000 of his people. Get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here. Thanks, Piers. Stay safe. Love you too. We're basically done now anyway. They're about to go to super chats and stuff. So we'll see you tomorrow night for Tartaria, 7 Eastern. Oh my God. I've got some chilling, evocative, so much good stuff to show you tomorrow night. It's going to be amazing. I can't get enough of that. So
about Israel wanting to annihilate things. They annihilate, Tucker talked about this really well. They annihilate beautiful things. They annihilate good things. And that's why they kill people like Ali Larijani. And that's why they kill people like the Ayatollah. I mean, you can really just base your morality and politics on, I do the opposite of what Israel's doing or what Israel wants. And you be pretty good for the most part. It's really just disgusting. So I wanted to take a pause and say that, and along with Galibaf's post, is that you have awakened it. And if they've awakened it today with the martyrdom of Ali Larijani,
I'm going to read that for you. From the heart of this nation, thousands of martyrs like Khomeini, the Martyr Larijani, and Martyr Bakpour will emerge. This is no exaggeration. Look and see that another revolution has taken place and has seized street by street. And we saw that. So next time you hear some dickhead in a YouTube chat saying, oh, no, but the people of Iran, or if you overhear it in the street, we need to save Iran. We need to free Iran from their tyrannical regime. Iran was asleep. You have awakened it. A storm will rise. A storm. It's true. It's true.
Johnny, what do you think is in store now, Chris?
Set them straight.
Listen,
remember what Chris said about, when you hear even governmental officials, people in positions of power, when you hear them pontificating and grandstanding and lying, propagandizing, don't let them get away with it. Same goes with the people that you're coming across in your daily life, whether that's in YouTube chats, on social media. Set them straight. It takes courage. People are going to lash out. They're going to call you names, ad hominem bullshit, because it's the cognitive dissonance, right? But if we can be brave and try to open people's eyes, send them a link of Iran today. Send them, show them those clips at the very end of that, the first video we watched, which is linked in the description box down below on what was it called? The electronic intifada. About what's the people in Iran are rising up. Even the dissonants who did disagree with their government a few years ago have now banded together with their opponents, because these are a nation of proud, strong, defiant people with an ancient history, 6,000 years. They don't need to be freed. Actually, the Western world, hey Lainey, the Western world is the more oppressed. What we see is mini skirts and MTV and Pornhub and Netflix as being liberated is the opposite. We are slaves to that shit. We are slaves to that shit. Think about that beautiful woman, the professor in that first video. How articulate and gentle and beautiful she was, how proud. We can share what we know with the people who don't know anything or who are still indoctrinated, and make a difference just to even the opinions. Why should the Western world view Iran through the lens of the propaganda and the lies being fed to us by legacy media and the corrupt politicians. That's not okay. We know better. We know better. So
Larijani was a very educated man, intellectual, and very, very good and astute diplomat. Now, with people like Jalili and those who are left as well, who are still alive, they are much more hardline. They're very good diplomats as well, but they will not negotiate in the same way. They are much more, I would say, they are been perceived by outsiders as being much more hardline, much more severe in their style. So part of the thinking is that Israel is trying to kill everybody that the US could.
pause. That Mickey Shaw on the screen right now. He's a good friend of mine, Michael. He's come into our chat a few times. He hasn't been around for the last couple of weeks, but he'll usually drop a $9.99 super sticker or super chat. Good man. Good man. Lots of people who were MAGA, who voted, 3-time Trump voters, who are just seeing the light. The hardline cultists, the Trumpanzines won't, but anybody with a brain and an ability to and a desire to use their critical thinking skills can see what's up, right? And the more we know about why what's up and what's actually up, the better for humanity, in my opinion. So thank you all for being here.
Negotiate with, so that they are forced to continue this, so that they're forced to either have the hardliners or the nobody really, just nobodies who don't have the authority. So that is a tactic. But what I will say, I just want to say, because you said so many beautiful words, I want to say, as somebody who was a philosophy major in undergrad, my bachelor's degree is in philosophy. Well, one of my majors was philosophy, and one of my master's degrees is in philosophy. I studied under an amazing Kant scholar, and I took 3 courses on Immanuel Kant. And I can tell you that to be a Kantian scholar, to be a scholar of the critique, to be a scholar of this German philosophy, this very high level philosophy within, it depends on who you ask, within the Enlightenment tradition, and then later the Continental tradition. I will say that it is extremely intellectually challenging. Larijani probably also, I don't know for sure, but I guarantee that he also knew how to at least read German and write in German, because in order to be a Kant scholar, it's one of the requirements. So I'm just thinking to myself, what a loss, what a loss of a man and a mathematician as well, a person who was.
It was Kant, but with his accent, that's why I dropped it in the chat. Lol.
Both a scholar in the pure sciences and in mathematics as well, and in the social sciences and in philosophy and the humanities. So I just, it's a loss for our nation. But what I can say is that our nation produces, all of our nation emphasizes education and intellect. And that's one thing that the Americans and the Israelis will never understand. That our nation, they keep on thinking of us as backwards. Whereas as you see statistics, most of the women, advanced education. Most of the men, advanced education. The whole society, like 99% literacy. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So that's what they're trying to destroy. They're trying to destroy the fact that we are an intellectual nation, that we are a nation of we're a civilization. We're a nation of history.
I am getting word that the Qataris are expelling the Iranian military attaché, security attaché, and all office staff after the attack on their LNG plant. Guys, remember before Larijani was, again, we didn't verify that 100%, that's just reportedly, but before Larijani was martyred, he said they need to make a choice.
Yep.
That this is Qatar making their choice.
He did. I've seen the tweet.
So keep that in mind as we progress through this thing. I really don't know what Qatar is thinking or how they think they're going to get out of this. But if that news is true, but
well, what it could mean, I foresee, if this continues another few weeks, I could foresee the severing of diplomatic relations between Iran and some countries in the Gulf, with the Gulf initiating it. We could see the expulsion of the Iranian ambassador from some of the countries in the Gulf. and we could see, part of me, I was thinking today, actually, as I was, writing and reading, I was wondering if some of these Gulf countries will get involved militarily. I think it would be a very, very disastrous choice to do that. But I'm wondering if they will get even more militarily involved, or if they're going to try to remain out of it, depending on how long it goes and what the cost is for them. Because Saudi Arabia has a major air force. The other countries also have limited capabilities, but still they have capabilities. I'm just wondering if this escalates even more, what we could see.
Good point. They plan to run a pipeline through Palestine, Syria through Qatar. Yeah, I mean they're treacherous. But what did the Iraqis say? Qatar can go back to Oman. It's not even a real state. Like, why are we listening to these people? Anyway, that news is confirmed. They did expel the Iranians from Qatar. And you want to know what, Iran? I think you should see it as a good thing.
Yeah, you know what? That's it. If it's all is an expulsion, all right. The UAE should go back to. I think it was an analyst, was there, on Iraq?
Yeah, we played it last week. Back to Iran.
UAE
to Oman.
UAE to Iraq.
They said Qatar's not a real state. Bahrain back to Iran.
Yes, so there you go.
And then Kuwait back to Iraq.
There you go.
I mean,
somebody's asking to explain about the differences between Sunni and Shia. I'll do it on my program. I'll do it on my program. Tomorrow, if you want to talk about that, I'll talk about it. I'll take you down the path to talk about some of the differences as well as I know them and as I've studied it, and from my education, we can talk about it.
I don't think he
Chris
has
will give you a
yet.
whole autistic spurg out on that if you want it. Let's do the super chats. Hello.
Pause. I think we'll call it there. We'll call it there. I only just realized that, I don't know if you all in the world of the Twitters, on Twitter Spaces, quite often when someone like goes hard about something, they'll say he's spurging out, or she's spurging out. And I wasn't quite sure, but okay, I get it. I get what they're talking about through context. Same as black pill means like talking down about, getting depressed and negative about things. White pill is being positive and hopeful. Red pill is the awakening. J pill is understanding the truth about the Talmudic tribe. And spurging out, I was like, okay, I get it. But it's like Asperger's, spurging out. So that's where, we do love Lainey here. She rocks. And so Josh says he was sampling lives after Tara, and I liked this. Tara Dublin, I don't know who that is. Do I? Oh, that rings a bell. And seeing Lainey here, I know it's cool. Facts. So what do you say, chat, my beautiful beautifuls? We've learned a lot, huh? Oh, Holly, hi, girl. Hi, girl. I love you too. We're doing Tartaria Part 3 tomorrow night. Oh my God! After last week, I was when we finished Part 2, I was still very much in Tartaria mode, and I found a couple of shorter videos to watch. And then anyway, I was like, I had wine, and I believe I was crying, and I believe I tweeted some totally emo thing post about like the big but we're going to jump back into that rabbit hole tomorrow night, 7 Eastern ish. I'll try to be on time. It was deep, that's what she said. So tonight I hope that we understand the gravity of things, but we understand that it's not the end of the world, period. It's the end of the world as we know it, and that's a good thing. It's about time, in my opinion. The systems in place, the corruption, the satanic bullshit, the evil in the world has been ignored and allowed, condoned, and by the big powers. It's the end of an era. I do believe that US as a superpower is coming to an end. And with all due respect, I think that's a good thing. It's not going to be easy. The next 6 months, I don't know, man. Like Iran's not going to stop. Why should they? Something has to be done. And it is being done. So we have to be strong and brave together, keep our wits about us, keep loving each other and loving the good things in the world, and being honest with ourselves and the people around us, not sugarcoating things, because that's not helpful. Sugarcoating and willful ignorance, choosing to remain indoctrinated when we're laying it all out, right? I'm laying it out for you. And the information's there. I love that some of you have followed DD Geopolitics on the Twitters, Chris and Sarah on the Twitters. Can strongly recommend come on into their bi-weekly shows. That's twice a week, isn't it? And Chris's educational streams, which really helps us get a better understanding and context for what's happening in the world. It's going to get a whole lot worse, Josh, and that's okay. We're tough. We'll be okay. But we do want for our children and our grandchildren and our great grandchildren and humanity forever and ever. Amen. And if you don't have kids, just don't we want to see humanity thrive? I do. And humanity is it's decaying at the moment at the behest of a set of people, globalists, elitists, a very, very tiny minority pulling all the strings to our detriment. They hate us. So let's rally together with love and in love, in truth, and in intellectual honesty, difficult conversations. We'll be brave, we're courageous. Have those conversations with the people who don't want to hear it. People are going to think you're a bit crazy. They're going to call you names. And that's okay. Let them. That's okay. Short-term pain for long-term humanitarian gain. That's my opinion. So go Iran, go South Lebanon, go the Hamas and the Hezbollah and the Houthis. And I'll see you all tomorrow night. I love you. I will tell Tim you love him, Steph. He's a sweet boy. Oh my God, I was just gonna sign out, but I thought of something. I found two little kittens, 2 months old, a little black one and one with a little bit of like Ms. What the Fuck's Lily, a little bit of calico on it. Anyway, the black ones with a bit of ginger and stuff. And I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna get them. $250 each. Can't afford that at all, but obviously I will pay anything for 2 kittens. Bloody place has shitty opening hours and they're only about... Anyway, I will tell you, Tim, you love him. If anyone knows of any kittens, Britt, looking at you, Melbourne lady, keep an eye out for kittens. Anything up to a teenager cat Tim will cope with. I love you all so much. Thank you, my beautiful mods. Thank you to, I know he's gone to bed now, but Steve NH Dude, Wes Loops. Thank you to Hope for gifting some memberships. I'm going to keep on with my grift. Oh, and Gray. Grazer. It was good to see Gray again. Send me all the money. I'm broke as a skunk. No. Is that a thing? No. Don't send me any money. Tell other people to send me money. Enjoy the rest of your evening, your day. I love you all so much. Mwah. Did I do the drawing? Nah, there's only a handful of names, man. Britt, I love you. I knew I should have asked you. Kittens. Yes, kittens. Kittens. I'm happy. I want 2. 1, 2, 3. All the cats. I'll take them all. Sold. Take my money. We'll do a draw tomorrow night. How about that? Let's do that. Someone remind me. Mwah. I love you. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to one another. And chat is Bay. Bay.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone bit off the rails. Professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is babe. So much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese. Bit faster, please. The time has come, can't shut you out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is bae, so much to say, emotes and all the all caps out. May have been cheese, but faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. Community, just you and me. Occasionally, Buster and Poppy. It's the whole thing. Miss Shorty swing. Together we make each other happy. 'Cause chat is bae, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time